Felicitations, adventurers, and welcome to Roll for Felicity, where we play serialized one-shots in a multitude of systems with assorted players. My name is Taylor. I'm going to be the keeper tonight in this game of Monster of the Week. I'm here with my friends Josh, Melanie, Mike, and Alex. And we're going to be playing, as I mentioned. I'm looking off to the side because I, as usual, forgot one thing, which is to start the music. Gotta have music. Oops, it's very loud. There we go. We're gonna be playing Monster of the Week, and this is one of our serialized one-shots. So this is a sequel to a previous game, actually one of the first sessions that I ran for this stream, for this channel. This music is still kind of loud. There we go. We are revisiting our friends Noah, Lizzie, Peter, and Sam, who in the last Monster of the Week one-shot gained access to these mysterious powers, fought a giant lab experiment rat in an amusement park on Halloween, and tonight we are revisiting them in the same around the same time frame it is now, the beginning of April. And we'll check in with them in a little bit. But first I want to talk about some stuff we have coming up. And I think I finally remembered the command, which is next stream. So next week I'm going to be streaming Phoenix Wright on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then next Saturday, I'm not sure, I might finish up my run of the Magical Year of a Teenage Witch, which is a single player tabletop game. Or I might play Little Nightmares with my mom. I'm not exactly sure. I haven't planned that far ahead. And then the Saturday after that, some of the players on screen you're going to see again, because we're going to be playing Goblin Squad, which is our Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition one-shot series, where all the players play nasty little goblins. But I'm going to go ahead and let the players introduce themselves, starting with my friend Josh. Josh, do you want to introduce yourself to anyone who isn't already familiar? And also any other things that you would want to talk about, plugs or anything like that.
Yeah, hi. I'm Josh, or Zay. My pronouns are they, them. I play just too many, frankly, RPGs, as many as I can. Sometimes places like here where you can see them. I also do some writing, which you can't find anywhere online yet, but hopefully I have a couple things coming up soon. Anything like that, I talk about on my Twitter, which I know there's a link, and my name is down there. You can find me there. I also yell about things and make terrible jokes. So I do it all. I do it all, folks.
Yes. Yeah, Josh is a wonderful Twitter follow. A wonderful Twitter follow. That's hard to say. Why did I say that? So you should definitely follow them on Twitter. And next up we have my friend Melanie. Melanie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Melanie. I'm here to say I like to play games in a major way. My pronouns are she, her. What do I do? I'm usually, if I'm not working my boring human job, I am here either in Taylor's chat or playing on her stream. So things to promote, come and hang out here and chat with me in stream.
Yes, Melanie is my moderator for this stream. So she is also the person who remembers my bot commands.
No, absolutely. I do not. Every time you ask me, I scroll down to where they are listed and I'm like, okay, and
Yeah,
now I put it here.
I can't see them because if I have like my Twitch up and try to run it, my internet just crashes, so I can't actually have my commands up. I should just write them down somewhere, but why do that when you have a Melanie in chat who remembers that your command for what your next stream is simply next stream. Otherwise, how would I know? So yeah, Melanie in chat, you've if you've hung out in chat, you've probably seen her, and now you can see her in person. You can see her person. The next person I will throw over to introduce themselves is my husband Mike, who you probably also have seen in chat as How's the Pie. Mike, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name's Mike, aka How's the Pie, and yeah, same with Melanie. When I'm not, I working my normal job, which is sometimes too often. I honestly don't do a lot of other stuff, and I also don't have anything else to plug. I'm not really on social media. I've been playing a lot of Demon Souls lately, though, uh, and dying a lot in that game, and which has been fun. And yeah, just watch the channel. Definitely check out Goblin Squad when that happens. It is one of my favorite uh, things on the channel. So yeah, that's about it. Pronouns are he, him. Also.
Yeah, and also the chances are if you have a gifted sub to this to this channel, probably it's courtesy of Mike. So he is extremely generous with the gifted subs, which I appreciate. And then our last guest tonight is Alex, also known as my brother. Alex, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks. I'm Alex. My pronouns are he, him. Uh, I'm pretty boring, so there's not much to say. Same as Mike over there. Don't really have anything to plug. Uh, I like dogs and music, so those are some likes. Yeah,
Do you have any
that's it.
dislikes?
Not any that I can think of right now, which is kind of nice.
That's good. I do have Alex does have a SoundCloud, and that is a link in the chat, which he is always reluctant to promote, but he makes great music. So if you want to check that out, he has a lot of it that's not on SoundCloud, but he does have some on SoundCloud. So there's a link. There's a link for you. And yeah, I think that's pretty much everything I have to say in advance. Before we get started, if you're not familiar with Monster of the Week, it's a super fun system. If the only like game system you're familiar with is something like Dungeons and Dragons, it is pretty different than that. So I, as the keeper, will not be rolling any dice tonight. I just have moves that I can make. A lot of times moves that I can make in response to when these players tonight they are who are having a little chat. If I start laughing at something, it's because they are talking in the Zoom chat, and I'm not good at controlling what I'm laughing at. When they fail rolls, there's specifically, for example, they have basic moves that they can make for example, act under pressure. So if there's a roll where they have to act under pressure, they roll 2d6. If it's a 6 or less, that's a complete failure. If it's a 7 to 9, it's a mixed success, and if it's 10 plus, then that's very good. Like, very good things can happen. But there's specifically a thing, for example, this act under pressure roll. If you get a 6 or lower, the description for the players is simply things go to hell, which means that I can do all matter of terrible, sinister things to the players tonight. The concept of the game is that it is something like for a darker example, Buffy the Vampire Slayer or Supernatural, or for a more lighthearted example, something like Scooby-Doo, where it's like there's a group of hunters, adventurers, who their job or goal is to figure out spooky mysteries or solve monster problems. And usually, the format of those types of shows is that there's a new monster every week, and that's kind of the format of the one-shot. So to get straight into it, tonight's adventure I'm calling Won't Get Fooled Again. And I think I'm just going to start off with a little opening narration. And this is something the players, you all obviously will hear me saying this. Will hear me say this. But your characters do not have access to this opening narration. Just something to keep in mind. Our story tonight opens with a view from a campus security camera. We see a college student, tall and lanky, stumble into frame, walking backwards while waving, presumably to his friends out of frame. A dark figure approaches him from the other side, and they have what seems like a friendly conversation that, based on body language, turns less friendly. The dark figure grabs the stumbling one by the arm too tightly, pushing him into one of the trees lining the sidewalk. The slight figure pulls out his wallet, emptying it of money, but his head slams into the tree and his body goes limp. The taller figure drops the unconscious body, picks up the money, and walks in the direction of the security camera, passing under a lamppost. For the first time, we see the grimacing but familiar face of a friend of the four of you. You have mostly seen his expression as friendly, but about 6 months ago, you saw his brown curly hair caked with blood and trash juice when you rescued him from that giant mutated rat on Halloween. Peter and Sam, you would know him as your friend as your best friend, Noah. I almost really changed the meaning of that. As your friend Noah, no. Peter and Sam, you would know him as your best friend. Noah, you would know him as your older brother. And Lizzie, you would know him as a pretty recent ex, Jeremy. That's the opening scene. But then we cut to the four of you are in the dining hall at college, having spent the previous evening participating in various Little Siblings weekend activities at Plumcliff College, where you some of you attend. Noah, not having a car of your own, you convince Sam to give you a ride to come visit Jeremy, your older brother, and Peter and Lizzie at college. So I think the first thing we'll talk about, well, the very first thing is, do any of you have moves that you do at the start of a mystery? I think, Peter, you do. I don't know if anybody else does. You are muted, so go ahead and unmute yourself and then...
I was waiting to see if anyone else had anything first.
Yeah. I think you might be the only one.
I do. It's one of my special moves as the spooky archetype. And so the premonition is at the start of each mystery, I roll plus weird. So I guess I'll explain the rest whenever that...
yeah, go ahead and make your roll first. Oops, I'm moving this around. Go ahead and make your roll first and let me know what you get. The viewing audience, I believe, can see the roll if you do it in the link I sent you.
It's a 2d6, right?
Yes, 2d6. And then you add your, whatever your weird is, which I think is 3, correct?
It is.
Oh, nice. But you rolled
very nice.
2 6s.
I did.
So that's 12. So what?
Pretty good start.
What do you get to do on a 12?
So on a 7 to 9 plus, I get clouded images of something bad that is yet to happen.
Yeah, let me think about...
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. My bad.
Hey, you did better than that, didn't you?
I thought that was the highest bracket. It's not. Sorry. On a 10 plus, I get a detailed vision of something bad that is yet to happen.
Oh, okay.
And I take +1 forward to prevent it from coming true and mark experience if I stop it.
Cool. So if you're doing something that directly results to this thing not coming true, then you get +1. So +1 forward means your next roll that has to do with it, you'll get +1. Ongoing would mean that you continue to get +1. Hang on 1 second. Let me think. What would be... Okay, so you get a distinct vision. I think the vision that you get is you see... So your character... Actually, first, before I tell you this, do you want to describe to anybody who missed the first one shot where your character gets your powers from, and describe Peter a little bit? I think this is the morning before you're all having breakfast at the dining hall. I think this is that morning that you get this premonition. But go ahead and describe Peter a little bit and explain some of your powers.
Yeah, so recap just a bit for the audience. So in the last episode of this, Peter got his powers from wearing a Spider-Man costume, and so he's got some symbiote-like abilities. And Peter himself is you're pretty typical college guy. He's definitely trying a little bit too hard, and he's kind of a party animal, and he's kind of a jerk too.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a little bit of that.
Yeah, you specifically, I think for anybody who didn't watch the first one shot, basically all the players were dressed up as different things and were showered with electricity and gained powers from what their costumes were. Just a very quick summary of the last one. So Mike just said, oh, he was dressed up as Spider-Man. He was not only dressed up as Spider-Man, he was specifically dressed up as Spider-Man from Spider-Man 3. So he had like the
Venom
emo,
Spider-Man.
yeah, the emo Peter Parker hair, the symbiote like energy, like very negative kind of guy. Specifically is where Peter, and also Mike's character is named Peter. So
You have
really,
a very important question.
yeah.
Some of our powers have stuck around. This is a question for Mike. Has the emo hair stuck around for Peter?
That's a good question. I think maybe like sometimes he'll bring it out, you know. Sometimes he'll style it
Day.
that way. Yeah. Maybe he's going out. He's gone out to the bar. You know, maybe he'll
Do some emo hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So at the end of the last one shot, you kind of were like stuck in your costumes for that one shot. Like this electricity showered you felt like you couldn't remove your costumes. You gained power and you felt kind of bonded to them, all of you except for of course Sam, which we'll get to Sam having not having powers, I suppose. And since then then at the end, like after you killed this rat, you felt yourselves being like released from your costumes, you felt your powers going away. Since then, you felt like they're still kind of present, maybe not as strongly or as like weirdly. Like Lizzie, we'll get into this a little bit more, but like you were stuck in a lobster costume that became like kind of chitinous, like you felt like you were a lobster. You're no longer stuck in that costume, but some of the powers you feel like stronger than you used to be, and we'll get into some of that a little bit more, that you know, you've retained, all of you have retained, you know, various degrees of powers. But Peter, I think this is the first time since Halloween that you feel a return of your spider senses, this like premonition that comes over you, and you wake up in the morning with like in a cold sweat, and you have this image in your mind of like an impending danger, and what flashes in your head is your best friend from high school, Jeremy. You can see him in a courtroom as like, you know, at the defendant's table, and you see a judge pronouncing him guilty of aggravated assault and robbery. And you like see this happening in your mind as you wake up in the morning, and if it weren't for the events of Halloween, you would dismiss it as a weird dream. But you recognize this feeling, you felt it before, and you know that like something's up with Jeremy, and you're gonna need to do something to get in the way of that outcome of him, you know, potentially going to jail. But yeah, I don't think any of the rest of you have Start of Mystery moves, if I remember correctly. Okay. So the rest of you, later in that day, the four of you plus your friend Jeremy, are in the dining hall at college. Like I said, having spent the previous evening participating in various little siblings weekend events. Like I said, Noah, you don't have a car of your own. You convinced Sam to give you a ride so all of you could hang out for this fun weekend. What have the four of you been up to since the last time we saw you? And also, you can use this as a chance to reintroduce your characters for anyone who's not familiar with them.
Yeah, Noah. Just to describe Noah to the audience. Noah is a young, at this point, high school senior, on the verge of graduating now. Very very slight, kind of nerdy looking young man. I think to the other characters, he looks a bit scruffier probably than you are used to seeing. Just got a little bit more, like he's got a bit of a beard and facial hair that he didn't have before. The hair has kind of gotten a little bit scraggly. If you look closely, you might notice like on his arms, like there's just a little bit more hair than there was before. Maybe brush it off as just, him growing up. But it's definitely there. Over the last few months, after his experience, Noah's really just gone harder on his research into Bigfoot, because once you've been a Bigfoot, I don't think you can deny the existence.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Noah, yes, as you may have guessed, Noah's costume was Bigfoot, and Noah did briefly become Bigfoot. And I think next we'll go to Melanie, aka Lizzie. What has Lizzie been up to since October? And if you want to describe Lizzie a little bit, we've already mentioned your kind of lobster affinity, your previous lobster affinity, but yeah, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. So Lizzie is, if you think of the prettiest popular girl at your high school, you got it. That's what she looks like. Since the events of our last time being in our outfits, we ended our session with Jeremy confessing his love for Lizzie and her being like, sure, I love you too.
Did you say I love you too? I can't remember.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
watch it back. I was like, yeah, I guess I love you. And then I said we were a power couple of Laramie.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yeah.
I do remember
that. So I think it was about a week of this after the events where Lizzie just kind of got a little sick of Jeremy. Like it's a bit much actually. And broke up with him, and has since then, I don't know if it probably happened like pretty immediately, but started dating Peter. Because yeah, why not? And since those events, she has also become an Instagram influencer. She does a lot of videos of her like doing lots of like pull-ups and stuff, which like she's gotten weirdly cut in the time between last we saw her, and like has been tanning a little bit more, maybe less orangey tan, maybe a little more sunburnty tan, but it looks good on her. She still looks hot. Yeah, so still going to college because she's wanting to have fun, but like probably wasting her folks' money because she doesn't need it. She's got the money coming in from all the ads.
She's got Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess we'll go over to Sam, and then Peter. We've talked a little bit about your character, but we'll do Sam and then Peter if you have anything additional for yours. But yeah, Sam, do you want to introduce your character, and then also if there's anything you've been up to since the last session, which is about 5 months ago, not quite 6 months.
Yeah, I think Sam being the underachiever that he is, really hasn't been doing a whole lot. Just working that same fast food job, not really aspiring for anything else. Just kind of going home after work, playing video games. That's pretty much it. He's yeah.
Yeah, and Sam is the one person in this group, aside from Jeremy, who's also, sitting with you, who, do you want to tell everyone what your costume was, that fateful Halloween night?
Yeah, it was supposed to be, Sam was supposed to be a idiot sandwich, like the Gordon Ramsay meme, but didn't prepare well enough, and it fell apart. It literally fell apart.
So it's a headband with 2 pieces of bread.
Yeah, pretty much it.
So Sam, maybe for the good, did not get any powers, because who knows what the powers of an idiot sandwich would have been. Yeah. But yeah, so Sam is, so in Monster of the Week, all the characters have different playbooks, in the book, which is kind of like a class in D&D. You have your playbook, and Alex is playing a playbook called The Mundane, which is a character that doesn't have magical powers, which is, in a lot of Monster League shows, there is like, one person, like, I guess the preeminent example would be Xander from Buffy, is like just a regular guy, a terrible guy, but just regular, no magic. Yeah. And also, I haven't mentioned this, Josh is playing the playbook The Searcher, Melanie is playing the playbook The Monstrous, and Mike is playing the playbook The Spooky. But yeah, Mike, did you have anything else that you wanted to say about what Peter has been up to since your last adventure?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't bring up the dating Lizzie thing. I figured that would get brought up when it was time. But yeah, dating Peter and Lizzie have been dating for a little bit now, and yeah, I guess Peter, like I said, he's just really getting into that college lifestyle, and maybe edging towards the frat. It's rush season, I imagine, and so yeah, that's about all
I
I'll
don't
say
think
that.
it is rush season, right?
No,
Spring?
no, yeah, it is.
It's always rush season, baby.
That's
I
what I'm
always thought that was
saying.
kind of the beginning of the school year, but I could be wrong. I was never in a frat. Sure.
Never stop rushing,
Always be rushing.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah. So all of you are in this dining hall cafeteria at this small liberal arts college that you all go to. Well, all of you except for Noah and Sam are not students here. Which Plumcliff College is like a lot of small colleges in Ohio. Not a huge college. The dining hall is kind of this big open area with some obviously tables and chairs. There's an area when you first come in the door where there's kind of a buffet style food laid out. There's some different beverage dispensers, soda fountains around where people can get their drinks. And what do you think you all are talking about as you're having your breakfast? Maybe actually lunch. It's up to you. Do you think you all would be up for breakfast, or do you think that you would have skipped breakfast and just gone straight to lunch?
If there's one thing I know about kids in college, they do not wake up to get breakfast, really. So
That's true.
definitely, it's at least noon, I would say, at this point.
I think Noah tried to get everyone up down for breakfast, and then just settled on some granola bars that he had in his backpack.
I love the idea of Noah like trying to get everybody up in time.
Like we
Yeah.
get to
Yeah,
the
Noah
cast
was, like,
right when they're
harping on
switching
it.
over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and it is the weekend. It's I think it's a Saturday. Like the kind of start of Little Sibs weekend was yesterday in the evening. Yeah, so I think it makes sense that it's, if you don't have a morning class to get to, it doesn't really make sense, for you to get up in time for breakfast. So yeah, you're all sitting around at lunch. What do you think the topic of conversation is amongst your group?
I think Lizzie is just like kind of talking about the kind of diet that she's on, and now like actually like I'm trying out being a paleo vegan, a pegan. I don't eat any animal products. Just like going on, just like no one's caring about this.
Right.
I know, but she's like, there's not really many options for me here, so you gotta make do,
You said nobody is really caring about your saying. I think there is one person at the table who does care, which is Jeremy. Is just kind of the only one who's just sitting and listening, and he says, would you be able to have, they have oatmeal, you could just add water to it, like the boiling water to it. Would you be able to have that?
She just kind of looks at him and is like, ew, I'm not gonna... Oatmeal? Gross.
I mean, if you want, I could go look and see if there's any paleo vegan options. I could talk to the staff and see if there's.
Jeremy,
oh my god, thank you so much. Yeah, that'd be great.
Jeremy, it's pegan. You heard her say it.
Yeah, I just feel like I might, like I'm not.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
I'm not.
Yeah. Bro, if you could go check for it, that'd be awesome, man.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just go. Is it okay if I say pegan? Because I feel like it's like one of those things, if you're not it, then it's like weird to have like a slang term that you
I think you have to
use.
say the full thing. You have to say like paleo vegan.
That's what I was
pegan.
thinking. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll go check.
Jeremy, as long as you say the word pegan to as many people as possible.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Jeremy gets up.
Just don't overthink it, bro. Just go ask for it.
Yeah.
Thing is, I didn't make that up. It's actually called pegan.
Oh no! For any pegans in the audience,
I
change
googled
the
worst
name.
diet.
Change the name. If you're a pegan, it's fine that you want to be that. Change the name.
Absolutely.
It's like a Megan, like someone named Megan, but worse.
So Jeremy gets up in search of pegan food, kind of looking around a little bit, like nervously, anxiously, not sure what to do, afraid to look like a fool, but also really wanting to impress Lizzie. He wanders off.
That's so nice of him. Yeah, that's great.
Lizzie,
right,
Jeremy's a great guy. He's a great guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lizzie, can I have the food that you're not gonna eat then, or?
Oh yeah. Oh,
Okay,
absolutely.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, because she went up and got a full plate just to talk about the things that she can't have from it. Absolutely. Yeah, here you go.
Sam, I am right there with you, man. I am about to slam this sandwich that I have.
Yeah, right.
We could have gotten breakfast. Maybe we wouldn't all be quite so hungry.
Yeah.
Dude.
We could have been down here hours ago.
We were
Who's gonna wanna be
sleeping.
down here, yeah. Who's gonna be wanting down here hours ago? What do you mean?
Breakfast. Have you never heard of it?
No. What is that?
This is my breakfast.
Have you heard of brunch? That's like kind of like breakfast, right?
Yeah,
Like
kind
half
of.
breakfast. I'm more of a
I love brunch.
Brunch
Like going to
person.
one of those like Yeah, like one of those like you order like one of those like I can't even like pronounce any of the names, you know, but like one of those like fancy breakfasts or whatever. Yeah, that's great.
The ones where you can like bring your own alcohol and then you can just have as much as you want. That's
Hell yeah.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Noah is just like shaking his head and like looking around the room for just anything else to pay attention to.
Lizzie looks over at Noah and is just like, you look different. Do you go through puberty? What's up?
Yeah, bro, you look good.
Yeah.
Not how I thought that was gonna go. Okay,
You've been working out?
hiking more.
Yes.
Dude.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
I can tell, man. You look
Really
rich.
rustic.
Noah looks over at Sam like when is this gonna turn?
I've been working out too. And then she kind of pulls up her shirt a little bit and you just see
Oh my
this
god.
fucking six pack. Yeah. Support to stay fit, you know?
Noah looks at Sam and goes like, oh, I did not expect that.
Go ahead, punch it. I swear. I won't feel it.
Dude, bro, you can try as hard as you want. She will not feel it. Go ahead.
Noah just starts pinching himself. I've had this dream.
Sam.
Where Lizzie asked you to punch her. Oh no.
Did you do it in the dream?
Let's not talk about that.
Weird.
Yeah, weird.
I don't
Well,
even know
anyways.
why I hang out with you guys. You guys.
Peter? This
Well-
whole time, by the way, Peter has this huge sandwich and he's eating it in like the sloppiest way. He's like eating with his mouth open and like burping really
Oh
loudly.
my god. While that's happening, you all kind of have lost sight of Jeremy, which you realize when you see this girl walk up to him. I don't know if you see this girl walk up to him, but you hear what happens after she walks up to him, which is that she slaps him like really, really hard and says very loudly, "That's for standing me up," and then turns around and walks away. You see Jeremy just holding the side of his face and he walks back over to your table with like some food items on a plate and sets them down in front of you, Lizzie. It's like a salad with almost nothing on it. And a hot dog but without the bun is what he's brought over. And he sits down still holding the side of his face. So that's what they gave me when I said that I was looking for paleo vegan pegan food.
They gave you a hot dog.
Yeah, I thought that went against vegan, but I didn't know what the paleo part meant, so
I thought we were in an institute of higher learning, but it seems that I'm very wrong about that.
he has a giant like hand mark, like a red, like the side of his cheek is like turning red, and he's just like, well, you know, I haven't really taken any nutrition classes, you know, I haven't declared my major yet, so you know, maybe I would learn then.
Yo, Jeremy, you okay, bro?
Yeah, do any of you know that girl? Did you see that?
It looked like you knew her.
Hey, yeah, hey Jeremy, we all saw that.
I swear I do not know who that girl is. Like, I don't know who that was.
Are you sure? Because she tracks with the kind of people you date.
Jeremy like looks at Lizzie like, and then says, "No, I would never date somebody who would slap me. But I
No,
I would only slap someone that I know, so she must know you.
I swear I do not know her, but like stuff like this keeps happening to me. Like, I haven't brought it up because I feel like I'm like going crazy, but like people keep like telling me, like getting mad at me for stuff that I do not remember doing, and I just feel like I'm like, for the past like couple weeks, I just feel like I've been like losing it.
Do you drink a lot of alcohol?
No, man, I really I really don't drink that much. Like, I kind of have to stay in shape for wrestling. And like, some of the guys drink, but it just doesn't really make me like feel that good. So no, I go to the bar sometimes, but I go to that arcade bar, study group, that arcade bar kind of close by. But I pretty much just go to play arcade games. I don't really drink. I mean, Peter, we've gone there together a couple times.
Am I allowed to bring up the premonition?
Yeah, absolutely.
Jeremy. Okay, cool. So, I think Peter's gonna say like, yeah, that's really weird, man. I had this really weird dream, where you were in it last night, and I can't quite remember what it was.
Did he ask you to punch him in the dream?
No,
is that what's happening? I'm like doing weird stuff in people's dreams, and like that's why everybody's mad at me. Like, they're dreaming that I do stuff, and then they're like confused about it.
I don't know, but in my dream you were it was really weird. It was like you were in like you were like in a courtroom. There was like a judge. It was really weird. You were like the only person in it that I knew, but
what happened? Like what?
I mean, it seemed like you were like, I don't know. It seemed like you'd like done something, and they were like yelling at you about it.
Why does everybody keep thinking that I'm like doing shit to them? Like, I don't. I feel like I'm like losing it. Like, am I doing stuff and not realizing that I'm doing it?
I don't know. Are you?
Well, I wouldn't know if I was. By definition,
well,
I
wouldn't know either. I don't know why you're yelling at me in the public place. Can you just...
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, bro, chill out, man. And he's eating his sandwich.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you don't have like a doppelganger on campus, right? Like not an actual doppelganger, but like like somebody who like looks like you.
I don't think so. Not somebody that looks that much like me. I mean, like, there's some guys on the wrestling team that, like, from far away, like, if someone just came into a match, they might not know if it was me or one of the other guys.
Butts. Yeah.
Same butts. Yeah. Well, actually, Lizzie, if you'll remember,
Yeah, I mean, the wrestling team has, like, pretty nice butts.
Yeah, but
it's the reason why I go and hang out at practice.
I I would say my butt's a little bit nicer than some of theirs.
Can we
You know,
can we
it's weird that you'd say
not
that.
talk about this?
I just remember, a while ago, Lizzie called to identify me. Lizzie did call me a biscuit with mad cake, and I just feel like we should remember, like, I do.
You weren't
have,
there. I don't know why.
I was
don't know how you know
told.
that.
I was told about it by Noah later, who was mad about it.
Weird.
Every time I hear it, still,
He
I
told
just
he told me about it after
Noah
we,
just shoves his plate away.
Noah told
Mad
me
cake.
Noah told me about it after after we broke up to, make I guess to try to make
Yeah,
me feel
it's-
better, but
it's
it
a
made
very-
me feel worse.
It's a very good butt. It just like the butt doesn't obsessively tell a person that it loves it. So, I guess.
Okay. Well, I guess
I thought I was getting away from high school for a weekend.
Anyways, do you want me to talk to this girl? Like, to find out what the deal is, or?
I guess if you want to. I mean, I honestly, I do not know her, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the situation is.
Yeah, I
But
think
I
think
don't
Lizzie.
wanna go.
I think Lizzie will go.
Cool.
And just be like, you guys just hang out here. I'm just gonna have a conversation with her real quick.
Cool. Yeah, you go over and find this girl who I think is like sitting with maybe sitting. I'm trying to decide if she'd be with other people or if she would be by herself. I think she's finishing up her lunch. So like she was sitting with other people, but they have left. She's like getting her stuff and like kind of dropping it off in the trash can. And is about to like head out of the cafeteria. But yeah, she's a girl, white with brown hair, brown eyes, and she has like a lot of freckles. So you're able to find her pretty quickly. Yeah, and she's like I said, she's kind of walking out.
You know how some people, like, when you go to talk to a person that you've never talked to before, you get a little nervous, like, to, like, impose upon them?
Yeah.
Lizzie does not feel that at all. It's just like, excuse me, hey, hi, like, just kind of sidles up next to her. Hi,
Hi. Do I know you?
what was... No, I don't think we... I'm Lizzie.
Okay. Hi.
Cool, usually people will, like, say their name, too. What was that with, like, slapping that, the guy over there?
Oh, do you know him?
We used to date.
Oh.
So I guess, yeah, I guess I do know him.
Well, you're better off without him because he is like a huge asshole. He asked me out a couple days ago and we went to, I was supposed to meet him at this restaurant and he just never showed up. I texted him and he never showed up, completely ghosted me, never texted me back. Yeah, just awful.
What number? Do you still have his number?
Yeah, I still have his number. Do you want his number?
I mean, I have his number. I've just... Was it... And then she, like, says... Like, I think she still has, like, Jeremy's number, like... The last 4 digits of it, like, she knows that.
I think just to get us started, why don't you just go ahead and roll manipulate someone because you want something specific
no.
from her.
Okay.
uh
All right. I have a -1 to my manipulate. I roll 2.
you roll
D6s, right?
2d6 and then you would add your charm.
Okay.
Yeah. And you want to get higher than a 6.
Oh, I got a 7 then.
Okay, cool. So
I rolled
that's-
rolled an 8, got -1, 7.
Great. So on a 7 to 9, the person will do it, but only if you do something for them right now to show. So you kind of already gave her a reason. Tell them what you want them to do. Roll plus charm. You did that. So she'll give you the phone number, but only if you do something for her right now, to show that you mean it. What would that mean in this situation? Yeah, go ahead if you have an idea.
That is a really shitty thing that he would do to you. Like, you're obviously really pretty.
Oh, thank you.
She says it in a way that, like, doesn't sound like she's she means it, but
Yeah.
you're like pretty and stuff. I mean, if you give me the number, I'll slap him again.
Yeah, she says, yeah. I'll give you his number. So she tells you a phone number, which is not Jeremy's phone number.
Nice.
And she's like, but this guy is like, I mean, I know I already slapped him, but you just slap him like extra hard because he's like terrible. So ever since he stood me up, I've been talking to other people about him. I heard that his philosophy professor he yelled at after class because he didn't get a good grade on a paper, which was like really scary and like really weird to do. He went to this party, which I was not at, thank God. But he went to this guy Gregory's party, and like wouldn't stop doing really loud karaoke, like really badly. Like, and kept doing it. Like, one time, like, singing Don't Stop Believing one time, not very well, is, like, that's karaoke. If you have karaoke at a party, like, that's the price you pay. But, like, he would not stop, like, doing more and more songs.
Now that sounds like Jeremy.
He broke the beer pong table. He, like, didn't even bring beer, but he, like, drank a bunch of it. He was, like, hitting on this guy's sister in, like, a really weird way. Just like a bad dude. So like, I don't know if you're friends with him. I guess he's your ex. So like, why would you be friends with him? But like, just I would say slap him like as hard as you can. He is like a huge asshole.
Thanks for that heads up, and thanks for the number. Cute shoes, bye. And she turns around.
Yes. She kind of like wants to see Jeremy get slapped again. So she's definitely like kind of keeping an eye on like where you go.
I think Lizzie walks back up, and as Jeremy kind of turns to be like, so how'd it go? I think she like full on slaps him, like follow through slaps, and is like, now that's how you slap somebody.
The other side of his face.
You're gonna slap somebody, that's how to do it. So like, hopefully that was a lesson for her.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Why did you just do that to me?
Because I got information. You're welcome.
So you got information, so you slapped me in the face?
I had, tit for tat. I needed to get information, so I had to give her something. And what I know that she wants is you to be slapped.
He says, okay, I guess that's fair, but who is she? Like, what was going on?
So apparently you were gonna have a date with her, and then you left her at the restaurant, and she kept on texting you at this number that I found out, which is not your number. So look at me finding out about things. And then also you've done other horrible shit. Like,
that's what I'm saying. People keep telling me that I'm like doing all of the stuff that I don't remember doing.
I don't know. I mean, like, she told me for the karaoke thing, and that does sound like you, though.
What karaoke thing? I have
You
never
just kept
done
doing
karaoke.
terrible karaoke.
I've never done karaoke.
Oh. I think Lizzie like flashes back to like a time that they like went out, and like he said something kind of in a sing-songy voice, and she's like, all right, I guess that yeah, right, that wasn't weird. Okay. You seem like the type. I don't know what you do when I'm not around.
So you think I do karaoke when you're not around?
You look like someone who does karaoke.
Jeremy, you willingly dated her. Let me remind you, you willingly dated her.
What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah,
I'm
what does that
just-
have to do with anything, Noah?
I'm just saying,
She-
remember this conversation.
Okay, I do remember this conversation where she just found out apparently somebody is pretending to be me and using a different phone number. That's more than other people at this table have done for me, Noah.
Yeah, Noah.
And Noah holds up his phone. Is like, I'm doing research, okay? I'm asking some of my groups if they know anything. Like, if this, look, shifters aren't really my thing, but that's my working theory right now.
Shifters.
Yeah, like someone who would like shapeshift and like
Okay,
take your
Noah,
identity. But if they have a different
obviously
phone
that's
number,
not what's happening, Noah. Obviously, there's not a shapeshifter. Yeah, obviously. I know.
the other theory is the only other valid theory at this point is that you have selective amnesia about all the terrible things you're doing in your life. And you've made a lot of bad decisions as your younger brother. I think I can say that. Bad karaoke isn't a decision you would make, though.
Okay, so you're saying it's more likely that there is a shapeshifter who is pretending to be me than I have like a tumor or something and I need to immediately go to the hospital. That's
Oh my
what
God,
you're
what if he has
deciding.
a
Like you think a tumor is reasonable? That's your thought?
Listen, Noah, I know all this stuff that you said about like, oh, when we were at the theme park, we fought a giant rat and we blah 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 blah. Like, I'm just choosing to like take that as another one of your weird theories.
I was a lobster person.
I mean, I don't really remember any of that because I got hit in the head pretty hard. But maybe that's what's happening. I have a brain injury and I can't remember that I'm doing all of this stuff.
Yeah, that sucks. Should I text this number?
Yeah, maybe we could like, I don't know, like prank him, like say something funny. Like I don't know.
Oh, I got the perfect thing. Hold on, 1 second. She just texts sup in the winky face.
Cool. Yeah, you text that. Noah, was there something that you wanted to do? Do you have like a move that you wanted to do with talk? Like, do you have something where you can talk to like other weirdos online?
Hey, come on now. Actually, no. That wasn't one of the moves that I took.
If you want to like pursue that line of reasoning, you could roll investigate a mystery, and be doing online research from your phone.
Yeah, that does sound fun. We probably should like roll dice in this scenario in this game. Should probably do that, right?
It's fun. Ooh, okay.
So I got a 10, and I add my sharp, which is +2, so that's a 12.
Wow, some good starting rolls. Okay, cool. So, let me see. What are the questions? I think you have them. I also have them. If you roll, you get to hold 2, and you can ask questions. So you have a list of questions you can choose from.
Yeah, I will have to pull that up real quick.
While you're doing that, I'll just say for the benefit of people watching, the questions for Investigate a Mystery, the base questions are: what happened here? What sort of creature is it? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do? And what is being concealed here? Noah is a little bit limited. I'll say, like, because of the nature of how he's investigating. So he's like looking online for something related to this phenomenon. Josh as a player will need to rationalize, like say like, okay, I'm doing this is how I'm like looking for like this specific question, because if it's something that doesn't seem like it's likely that would be able to be found in the way that they're investigating the mystery, then it is, a little bit on me to say like, I don't really know if you can find that from your from your cryptid groups. But yeah, do you have an idea for a question to ask?
Yeah, let's start with what sort of creature is it? I feel
Yeah,
like that's probably a good thing to find out early.
So, you do know that there are creatures that can shapeshift, that can take other forms. I'll say since you're not, this is very early on and you don't have a lot of like narrowing down things you can do, there are a lot of different types of creatures that can shapeshift. So, you know, vampires in some mythology can shapeshift to certain degrees, whether that's like shapeshifting into an animal or, you know, concealing parts of their face. Magic users, like just regular like people who can use magic sometimes can like shapeshift. I'm trying to think of other examples. I'm trying to think of other cryptids that would happen that are like known to shapeshift. I guess this kind of goes with magic users, but like some like fae spirits can shapeshift into like different, like look like different people or like use glamours. And then I think there are also, like you mentioned, just like things that are called shifters, which are like just weird creatures that can shapeshift, and that's like the primary thing that people know about them.
Yeah, cool. So Noah is on one of his fellow cryptid hunting groups. He's probably posting in a couple. I think the one he's going to is on it's a Discord channel. So he's asking. They've got a channel for asking for help. He's posting, you know, like, hey, my brother's experiencing this weird thing. Anybody have any idea what's going on? What this might be? So along with that, the second question I'm going to take is, what was it going to do? So I think like he's just looking like what would be the purpose of this? What would this creature's intent be?
Yeah, I think the you're getting like all these different, like the Discord starts like moving like really quickly of people going like coming out. So it's like, oh, like vampires can like shapeshift, like shifters. A bunch of people are like shifters, like, because when you say like shapeshifters, they're like, oh yeah, this thing. Somebody starts talking about like changelings, and like somebody is like somebody starts like talking about D&D, and then someone else is like, no, like fae changelings. Somebody else mentions like magic users, and then like you say like, okay, like, but why would someone do this? And like people are like, all kinds of different reasons. Like some people are like, oh, maybe they want to like pin a crime on somebody. Maybe somebody is like, oh, can everyone still hear me? Because everyone is frozen. Okay, everyone was frozen except for Mike. Josh still is frozen. Yeah. Like pinning a crime on somebody, doing it to like terrorize somebody, like to frighten somebody. Somebody else says like somebody, the person who's like talking about changelings is like, oh, maybe just like for fun. Like you know, like it's you know, maybe like some kind of trickster or something like that. So I think you get some various I'll retell Josh this when they rejoin the Zoom call, since they're the one whose role it was. Apologies to the stream because I know it looks like wild right now. Okay, do I need to yes, I do need to move people around. I think that's, oh, no, that's still not right. There we go. Everybody's in the right spots now. Yeah, so I don't know how much of that you heard, Josh, where you stopped being able to hear what I was saying.
I had audio for most of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the basic ideas are like framing someone for something, doing it for fun, I think I don't think I said this, but like I think there's some people who are like, oh, it's like a government thing, man. It's like a false flag. Like, you know, they're trying to distract you from something else. Yeah, and I think there are a couple people who, like, as you're talking about it, are like, are you sure your brother didn't just like hit his head or something? Like, does he maybe just not remember that he like has been doing stuff? So a couple, like, I think, like, as you're talking about it, a bunch of people are just like, gas leak, gas leak, gas leak. Like, a bunch of people are just saying, like, does he have a carbon monoxide detector? Like, stuff like that. So it's definitely a mix of, like, of different things, but at least some leads.
Right. It definitely went. Noah posted in two groups. There was this Discord one and the Facebook group that he is also part of.
The Facebook group is way wilder. Like, the false flag stuff is 100% from the Facebook group.
Well, I was gonna say it's just like no responses yet. This is gonna take off in a couple days, but the boomers are busy, so it's just very quiet right now.
Yeah.
There's been one very kind like on the post, and that's it.
Yeah. As soon as it starts coming in, they're gonna definitely be talking about false flags. But yeah, I think that's what you get for Investigative Mystery.
Cool. Yeah, Noah kind of relays some of these theories as they're coming in back to the rest of the group. Like, okay, so there are people talking about head injuries. I'm just gonna disregard that for now. I don't think it's relevant. Gas leak is an interesting one.
I did hit my head. Like, I feel like you should take, I feel like I honestly feel like you should take me to the hospital right now. Like, I feel like I should go to the hospital instead of post on Facebook.
Do you want to go to the hospital?
If I have a head injury, yes.
Have you not been to the hospital yet?
Well, that was months ago, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, I went to the hospital then. Like, obviously I went to the hospital then, but I'm saying now I should maybe my brain is bleeding or something.
I just think that's, look, people always want to jump to it, like head injuries or it's a tumor on in my mind. Like, I'm just saying, I think we're
in my mind.
However you want to phrase it. I'm just saying that I think that we're dealing with a supernatural event here, and I think we should not disregard that.
People always jump to these medical things, but you know what? Logical steps. Cryptid, yes. Cryptid.
Yes, you've been to the hospital. You got checked. You were fine. I don't think medical science is going to help us out here.
Okay, well, I don't know. Like, what do you guys want to do? Do all of you think that it's like some sort of weird, like, Facebook group monster or something?
The monster isn't from the Facebook group. They're helping us research this.
I don't know. I've seen some monsters on Facebook. Yeah.
Noah, I don't even understand
now isn't the time.
I don't even understand why you have Facebook. Like, there's literally, you're the only
Dark
person.
Facebook.
Dark
web.
The only person I know who's under like 30 years old who has Facebook and like uses it.
I don't post. I'm not.
You just posted. You just posted.
In the group. Look, I've tried to migrate them to Discord. I would accept Slack, a Twitter DM. Some of these people, they only can use Facebook. And so that's it. Look, I've gotten valuable information from here.
Okay. Well, I don't know. What do the rest of you think? I mean, Sam, you're like, you know, normal.
I mean, yeah, I like to think so. But I mean, I've seen Stranger Things, you know, not the show, but
I was gonna say the show.
I was gonna say great show.
No, yeah,
because there's nobody
both,
who's
yes.
duplicating people on Stranger Things.
Not yet, anyway. maybe no. Okay, well anyway, I all I'm saying is it could be both, or it could be either one. You might have a doppelganger, or you are bleeding from the brain, and I think at least you should go to the hospital.
Yeah,
And
I
check it
think
out.
I mean I might just go. I might just get an Uber to the hospital.
Bleak.
Sam has a car.
Yeah, I mean, Sam, if you want to take me to the hospital, like, you know, but like it's probably gonna be like $8 or something to, you know, it's, you know, it's not round trip. I just need to get there. I don't really need to worry about getting back yet.
Yeah, I can take you. I mean, either way.
And I don't know what it could possibly be until I hear back from this text.
Yeah. Peter, do you have any thoughts?
Gotta go to the hospital. Are you kidding me?
What? Why
Maybe-
are all of you so like against? Except for Sam, you're all like the hospital. Oh, don't go to the hospital.
Because, bro, that's
This
such
economy?
a bummer.
With medical care, the cost of medical care in America? Are you kidding me?
I have insurance through the college.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Maybe if we here's what I was thinking. I was thinking we'd all like start maybe like getting into a little day drinking soon. So like maybe we could like have a drink, chill out, you know, just think about, you know, what we're gonna do next. You know, we go back to my dorm room. I got some White Claws in the fridge.
So you're
And,
saying I think I have a brain tumor or I'm bleeding from the brain, and you think that we should go back to your dorm and drink White Claws.
I mean, it's a solid
Which is,
idea, babe.
like-
solid idea.
Peter, you
Thank-
know,
Thank you.
Bad on
Thank you, babe.
every level I can think about.
I really hate to say it, but I actually think Noah's idea is better than that.
Thank you.
Well, I just think that maybe we should all take a second, like chill, and like if you get a drink, we could just chill for a sec and just like, you know, don't have to
What
go to
if
the
we-
hospital.
What if we road trip it to the hospital? We have a drink on the way. We we drop Jeremy
Yeah.
off there. If he is bleeding from the brain, great. He's where he needs to be. If he is harassing women, great. He's at a place where hopefully he won't do that as much. And then we can just come back here, have some more drinks, and then like figure this
Okay,
out.
okay.
This crazy shit out.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I can take an Uber to the hospital. You guys don't all have to come.
No, we'll come here. I'll go. Wait, Sam, you don't mind if I drink in your car, right?
I'm. No, that's fine.
Sick. Okay.
Never
I'll
said anything
go grab
before, so
I'll go pack the backpack full of White Claws for the road. And then we'll hit it up. But I just don't want to stay there like too long, you know?
Cool.
the leap to the hospital is like a drive-through thing, so we can just like boot him
Oh,
out and keep it
sick.
moving.
Oh, sick.
Cool. So yeah, you all get your backpack of White Claws and drop Jeremy off at the hospital.
I do need to know how we're seated in the car on the ride there.
Oh, Lizzie's
I
sitting
imagine-
on Peter's lap.
oh.
the whole time
even though-
Jeremy is just like
even though she doesn't need to be.
Yeah, there's room for 3 of us in the back seat.
Sam is driving. I'm assuming Noah's in the front seat.
Oh, I was gonna say, wouldn't Jeremy be in the front seat if he has an injury?
That's true. It depends on how much Noah doesn't want to be sitting next to Lizzie and Peter.
I think Noah very much doesn't want to be sitting next to either Lizzie or Peter, but he does recognize that Jeremy is
Okay.
possibly injured, and also there's the whole history thing. Jeremy always called shotgun when they were younger. Like Noah always had to sit in the back seat. He's just used to it. So
Yeah.
he's just he has to like psych himself up to sit next to either Lizzie or Peter. Neither one is like a great option right
I
now.
mean, you're really not sitting next to us. Like, there's
the thing.
definitely a space between.
Lizzie plops down in Peter's lap, and Noah's like, "This is somehow worse."
Yeah. So Jeremy's in the front seat, and the whole time Sam, he's just kind of like looking down like at his feet. But anyone who's paying attention notices that he keeps like looking into like the rear view mirror. Like he keeps like adjusting it, like acting like he's helping Sam, but like kind of just looking at Peter and Lizzie, and like like just you can see his eyes are getting like a little bit glassy, you know, like you can't tell if it's because he's scared of what's happening or because his ex-girlfriend is sitting on his best friend's lap. But you drop him off.
Hey, Jeremy, you want a claw, bro?
No, I really don't. If I have to get some kind of brain scan, I probably can't have alcohol, and also, you're not really supposed to have open containers in the car, so, like...
Yeah.
So, thanks. Maybe after I find out if my brain is bleeding, I'll, maybe have one.
Hey guys, just so you know, the road's a little bumpy up ahead, so hang in there. Also, keep the White Claw cans in the backpack when you finish them, just so you know.
Dude, of course. I've done this a million times.
He
but I
like
appreciate
crushes them on his head. Puts them back.
stomps them on the floor of the car.
Yeah, the back carpet smells like White Claws because you keep stomping them into the back of your car. Yeah, you all drop Jeremy off. What's the next plan of action?
All right, Lizzie, you have some kind of plan for investigating this?
Taylor, have I received a text back?
You have not received a text back.
I do the winky kissy face emoji.
That's your plan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe-
you send the winky kissy face.
Maybe we should like prank call, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think she's like, she sends you the contact info, like we'll text you over the contact card so you can call, because she's not giving you her phone.
Oh my god.
He might find out that Tinder is still on there.
Tinder's always on there.
Yeah.
Caused issues before.
Tinder's
I think
always
Peter
on.
knows it's there, and I don't think Peter cares.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, Peter, I think, if you want to try calling this number, I think roll investigate a mystery.
Okay.
And I'll say you can have, well, yeah, just roll, I think. Uh, 10. You guys are rolling,
That's +1. So that's 11.
Cool. So you get to ask two questions. One is what happened here? What sort of creature is? I think you have the list of questions. So if you have the list of questions, I won't read them all. You can just tell me which ones you want to ask.
Oh yeah.
And again, not all of these apply to like what you're investigating right now. So, you know, try if you can pick one that fits, or or if you can, you know, weasel your way into it making sense.
Yeah. Maybe. What was it going to do?
Yeah, I think the first thing that happens is you call this number and you immediately hear doo doo doo. The number you are trying to call is no longer connected, or like whatever that like thing that you get, the message that you get when it's like a number that's not in operation anymore. So I think that's the first thing that you get. And I think, so what did you say? What was it going to do? I think this cements for you that for some reason, someone is trying to paint Jeremy in a bad light. Like, someone was impersonating him, asked this girl out, gave them a number that is not Jeremy's number, never texted her back, and now has like this is a burner phone, is not using it anymore. So I think what was it going to do? The answer is whoever had this phone number is intentionally doing things to affect Jeremy's what's the word? His reputation.
Okay. And then I get another one.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll say, what can it do?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Some of these seem odd for like what you're specifically doing. What can it do? I think this is a situation where I don't know that you're gonna get that much more information. I'm really trying to think because it was a good roll. But it's literally kind of a dead end. Like, the thing you have is kind of a dead end. What can it do? I think based on context, whatever has this thing, is very good. I think here's the thing that you do get from it. Jeremy thinks that he has a brain injury. Like, Jeremy, like, you dropped him off at the hospital. He really is like, I don't know what's going on. There's like things I don't remember. He doesn't really seem to remember what went down, like, with all of you on Halloween. So he doesn't really, like, he's pretty skeptical of like there being a supernatural explanation. I think this also confirms, like, it must not be Jeremy doing this, because like Jeremy doesn't have a burner phone that you know of. Like, you've been hanging out with him consistently on campus. It seems like whatever it can do is look like Jeremy, it sounds like Jeremy, but it doesn't have Jeremy's phone. Like, it isn't Jeremy. I think this lead is pretty solid confirmation that despite the fact that Jeremy thinks that he's doing things and just doesn't remember it, this is like something else that is doing this.
Okay. Peter will hang up the phone and be like, "Oh, it's like disconnected or something." I don't know. I just got like a one of those messages, where it's like the phone's no longer in service.
Yeah.
Weird. Who even has burner phones anymore? It's 2021.
Oh, yeah. Burner phone. Yeah. I don't know.
Noah just like quietly hides the phone. It's actually a pretty normal practice. A lot of people do it.
Like for drug dealers, right?
For anyone who doesn't want the government watching over them, for anyone who's just worried a little bit about their security.
I love Noah so much.
You don't think Jeremy had this phone, do you?
No, Jeremy hasn't changed his phone in like 4 years. He wouldn't have a second phone.
He's got the slide out kind. Keyboard.
I think the other big lead that you all have is Penelope mentioned. Sorry, Penelope is the name of the girl you talked to. She didn't say her name, but
Who wouldn't give me her name?
wouldn't give you her
rude.
name. Yeah. She mentioned philosophy professor that Jeremy yelled at after class. She also mentioned this party that Jeremy like did the karaoke and like did all this. Oh, something just happened. Oh, thank you so much, the semantic for the subscribe with Prime. Thank you so much. Welcome. Okay, yeah. The other thing is this party that you know that Jeremy was at where he committed all these party fouls. I think Peter it's I don't know if Lizzie mentioned this to everyone else. But if she did or does, Peter, you would know who Gregory is, the person who threw this party. Because of course you like go to all of these kinds of parties. You didn't go to his most recent party. I think because Lizzie, you went on a date with Lizzie. Like like you wanted to go to this party and Lizzie was like no, like we have plans or whatever. So you were not here. Oh, and thank you for the follow as well. I was gonna say, unless this is someone who changed their name, someone just subscribed to, I don't think is a follower, but thank you for the follow and subscribes, semantic. And let me know if there's something that you would like me to call you instead of your username.
I think as we're driving back, Lizzie probably brings up like, yeah, they said that the girl said that Jeremy was yelling at it was a philosophy professor.
Mm-hmm.
So they was yelling at a philosophy professor. I didn't even know he was taking philosophy. Is he taking philosophy right now? I think she's asking like Peter. I don't know that Noah would know.
I don't go here.
Do you
Doesn't
think
go here.
Peter would know?
I don't know his like his schedule really. I mean, like I like walk with him to class and stuff, but I don't really.
He's like
I don't know.
food science major, right? Like, is he? Oh no, he's undeclared. Right. He's probably just testing out some things. Well, never mind.
I mean, he might. I mean, I think you have to take one for like one of those classes that you like. Oh, I have to take this class, you know, like that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I had to do
yell at the
that,
professor.
and like, right,
Mm-hmm.
and like I had to take a philosophy class, and it was like so lame. But, yeah, I mean, he might be in one. I don't know.
Do we know what he was yelling about?
I mean, believe it or not, but me and that girl that I ran up to, we really didn't get into it about the specifics of what was being yelled. So I don't know, class things maybe, or assignments.
I mean, maybe we should go talk to the professor, maybe at some point. See, you know, if he remembers that. I mean, he probably will, but
How many students come in here just shouting at you?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to ask around the college too. Just see if anybody else has had any experiences with Jeremy.
Yeah, where do we want to head first?
Yeah, did you mention Gregory? The party, the person who threw the party.
I think Lizzie might mention it, but just try to move past it since she kept Peter from going there.
Okay, cool. I just genuinely didn't know if you had mentioned it.
Oh yeah, like probably being like, it's
that's
a
the
good
only
thing we
reason.
weren't there because apparently he was, whoever is pretending to be Jeremy was wild.
Yeah, where do you all want to head next? I will say, if you want to just kind of talk to students, like get a feel for like if anybody else knows anything, you would know probably the student lounge, since it's a weekend, would be like a good place to go to just like talk to people or like get like, you know, kind of the scuttlebutt. Yeah, that would probably be your best bet of just like a general place to talk to students. Or if you wanted to talk to like the professor you would probably have to try to call since it's the weekend. The philosophy professor is probably not going to be on campus. Gregory probably would be on campus. Yeah.
Peter thinks that we should go to one of the frats that he haunts, and he's like, they know everyone. They know everyone. Bro.
Actually,
They'll
you know what?
probably know something.
I think I'm gonna change it because I think this makes more sense. I think Gregory is like a frat guy. I think this was a frat party. That makes more sense than him living on campus and like having a party on like that doesn't really make sense. But like, yeah, having a big party at a frat like definitely makes sense.
Frats have presidents? Is that?
Do they? Hey, anybody in
There's,
the
like,
chat,
leads
if you
of
know
frats?
about frats, let us know because not a one of us knows anything about fraternities.
I think they have like, because I think a cousin of mine was in a sorority and she was like a secretary in it. And
They
I
have
think that
secretaries, but not presidents.
but not.
No, the school I went to did not have fraternities, so or sororities. I really don't know anything.
Yeah, we didn't have Greek life.
Actually, Mike, you might be the only one who does know anything about frats. Do they have presidents?
I think there are people who are like kind of like heads of the frat. Yeah.
Yeah, in the chat, I've seen procedural drama episodes set at frat houses. Does that count?
I think that absolutely does. Yeah, that's good research.
This whole game system is based on TV shows more or less. So sure, there's frat presidents. Gregory is not the frat president, but there is usually a person who's like in charge of parties, like a party planner kind of guy. And also, you would know Gregory is a senior. So like makes sense for him to be kind of in charge of planning parties. So yeah, so Peter's vote is to head over to one of the frat houses.
Sick.
Maybe we should split up and just ask around.
Split up and look for
No,
clues.
dude. Noah, if you're gonna come visit campus, dude, I gotta take you. You gotta experience the frat, man. You gotta meet my bros. They're super chill. They're super chill. You're gonna love them. You're gonna love them. They're super chill.
Yeah, Peter, as fantastic as that sounds, I think maybe we should focus on Jeremy's issue right now.
I am focused on Jeremy. I'm trying to go to the frat so we can get answers about this person who's like trying to be Jeremy, and like plus like, yeah, you might be right. I do need to like hit Gregory back because he did kind of smoke me out at the party, and so like I do kind of owe him like a little bit of weed, but mostly it's for Jeremy.
I think
Why
does sorry to, to interrupt. I'm just thinking this might be a good place for another type of role in the game. Not exactly a new type of role, but the game does have rules for manipulating another hunter. So you can roll to manipulate, and Sam is driving. So if we have like two different people who are like arguing for going to different places, that might be a good place. I mean, of course, so let me just reiterate how that roll works, because it doesn't mean that Sam has to follow whoever rolls higher. So if you are rolling to manipulate for another hunter, which all the player characters are referred to as hunters, if you roll, so you still roll plus charm. If you get a 10 or higher, if the hunter does what you ask, they mark experience and get +1 forward. So the person gets experience for doing what you say, and they get +1 on their next roll. If you get a 7 to 9, they mark experience if they do what you ask. If you miss, which is if you roll a 6 or lower, it's up to that hunter to decide how badly you offend or annoy them. They mark experience if they decide not to do what you asked. So I think this might be a good, because we haven't done too many rolls, and I think this might be a good place to kind of get Sam also roped in a little bit. So if one of you is trying to convince, it sounds like Peter is trying to convince the whole group to go just to the frat house, whereas Noah wants to split up and maybe like have some of you go back to campus.
Never gone wrong.
Yeah, have some of you go back to campus and some of you go to the frat. If you want, both of you can roll, or one of you can choose to roll, because it does get, well, I guess both of you can roll. It's not really that complicated if you both roll. It just, makes the odds a little bit more even on what Sam will choose to do.
Yeah, okay. Are we both rolling then, Peter?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
See who wins.
Oh.
So
that's an 11 for me.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what your cool score is. Mine is 0, so it wasn't really gonna make a difference here.
Okay.
So that's a 5 from me.
So
I'm very sorry.
Sam, what does Noah do? Or what aspect of what Noah is doing is like annoying or offensive to you that you're less likely to want to do what he says? And Josh, if you want, or sorry, Noah, if you want to like role play a little bit, like to how you're demanding that Sam do what you want.
Peter, it's a good idea. But I think that Sam would agree with me that the rational decision is to have us all split up and sort of ask around. Like, I don't think that, like, pooling all our resources in one place is a good idea right now. And I think you right, Sam?
So here's your choice.
It's not just about pulling resources,
Right.
Noah. It's about letting you experience. Plus, we'll be in and we'll be out. It's not like a party's happening. It's not like we're gonna like hang out there forever. I just want to like say what's up, introduce you guys, ask about Gregory or whatever, and then we'll like get out of there.
So Alex, just to reiterate what your options
Yeah.
are, you get, if you don't do what Noah says, you get to mark experience. If you do this, and these are not mutually exclusive, if you do what Peter says, you also get to mark experience, and you get +1 on your next roll. You can still choose, like, you still have freedom of will. So, like, if you want, like, if you genuinely think, like, Noah's idea is better, you can still do that. You're just incentivized not to because of the rules. So what do you think Sam does in this situation as the driver?
Well, I think before the rules, I was thinking Sam would probably he would say, okay, how about this? Whoever can give me the most weed right now gets their way.
Okay. Noah, what you got?
I don't have anything on me. I'm not.
Do you have
There's like
anything on you?
security around here. Like I'm not. I can get you whatever you want. I just don't have it. I just don't have it on me.
You know
Peter?
the place that has the most weed on all of campus? The frat house. Yeah.
That's very true.
hmm
All right, the frat house it is.
Why? Why am I friends?
You all drive to the frat house. Sam just makes the executive decision. Wonderful. Yeah, you arrive at the frat house. There's not actively a party going on. It is Saturday, but it's like after Saturday afternoon. They are getting ready for a party. I think Peter, Lizzie, you probably also know Gregory. I think Peter's probably friends with Gregory. Lizzie, you just know him. Gregory is a senior. He's a black guy with a high fade and curls. Super popular in the theater department, like maybe kind of surprisingly for being like a huge like frat guy. You know that he's like in charge of one of the frats. not in charge, but in charge of like the parties for one of the frats. Pretty popular.
Party president.
Yeah.
Is he?
He's
So is
party
he more just like
president.
vice president?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
He's very popular in the department. Generally, like a pretty popular guy. Partially because of the parties, and partially because he's like, popular with like kind of the like theater, like band, like kind of people on campus. And yeah, he is at the frat house, getting ready for parties. So like getting, kind of telling people what to do. I think there's like deliveries coming in, like there's some kegs being delivered, and he's kind of running around orchestrating that. But when he sees Peter come in, he says, excuse me, that was me, not him. He says, hey, Peter, missed you at the party last weekend. Where were you, bud?
Greg, hey, I'm sorry, man. I was out
We
on
were
a date
busy.
with yeah. Me and Lizzie had a thing that night. Sorry, man. And sorry to like barge in. Like I'm not trying to like be weird. Like coming before the party.
No, that's cool. Are you dropping stuff off?
I mean, I do have actually something to give you first of all, but yeah, I just wanted to swing by. We actually, one of our friends is like going through a weird thing, and I just wanted to like see if you knew anything about it, because I heard you might know something about it. His name's Jeremy.
Okay.
And
Peter, you're great. I'm kind of busy right now. I don't really have time to talk about, especially Jeremy. I mean,
well, I know. We heard you as being like super weird and like
Yeah.
very unchill.
Yeah.
And so I didn't know what happened, and like he's actually at the hospital right now because he thinks he has like a brain injury maybe. So
are you serious?
yeah, so like I just wanted to we don't know like what happened with him, and I just wanted to know like what happened a little bit more.
Listen, I obviously I'm not happy that Jeremy's in the hospital. I'm really busy right now, man. So like, I could talk to you about it later. Like, you could hit me up after, tomorrow, maybe tomorrow evening, tomorrow morning. I'm probably gonna be, I try not to get too drunk at parties because, I'm officiating, but, I might be a little hungover, but, hit me up tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, maybe. Sorry, I hate to blow you off, but I'm a little busy. And I think if you want to, this would be a good opportunity to roll to manipulate someone. If you can think of something that you could, a reason. Well, I guess the reason is Jeremy's in the hospital. So
Can
if there's something,
I help out?
yeah. Mhm. I think so. Yeah. When you want to help another hunter, roll plus cool. Yeah. You can also, since it does expose you to danger, you can wait to see what Peter rolls.
Oh,
You don't
Okay,
have.
good
It's
deal.
unlike D&D. You don't have to. You don't have to do it in advance. D&D, you have
Okay.
to do it in advance.
Yeah, I guess I'll go for it. Oh,
Oh, no.
it's a 4.
Yes. So I don't think. Well, it could be a 5 because of your premonition. You do get +1, but that you can choose to use. But I don't think you should, because even if Lizzie helps, she can only give you a +1 to the roll. So I think that's just a failure.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess Peter will just like it's like after a couple more tries of like trying to get something out of him, he'll be like, all right, man, it's chill, it's whatever. Here, I did want to drop this off for you because the other weekend, you definitely hooked me up. And Peter hands him a little bag of weed over to Greg.
Yeah, he takes it really quickly. He says, yeah, man, totally appreciate it. Sorry, like I said, hit me up tomorrow. I can let you know what happened.
Cool. Cool.
But yeah, I'm kind of busy now. And I will say, because whenever you get lower than 6 on a roll, something is happening right now where information about your group is being exposed to another entity of some sort. Your characters would not know that, but I'm just telling you over the table, if you get a 6 or less, that's pretty bad for all of you. So I'm making, something just happened. Something has happened. I can't really think of a way to narrate it. I think here's the thing that I will narrate. There are some people hanging around, that are also getting ready for the party, that I think as you're talking about Jeremy, Peter, you see like people's eyes watching you and like listening to the stuff that you're saying. And that like on campus, word travels fast. So like people probably pretty soon are going to know, like, oh, Jeremy, did you hear Jeremy's in the hospital? Jeremy's in the hospital. Jeremy has like some sort of brain injury or something. Like, that like the stuff that you just said is going to get around pretty quickly.
They also know that we dropped off like bad weed, like mostly like stems and stuff.
Yeah.
How embarrassing.
They also know that you just dropped off bad weed. Yeah. Is there anything that anybody else wants to do while you're at the frat?
I think while Peter is trying to have this conversation, Noah sees like, oh, this is going nowhere pretty early on, and he wanders off to look for more people like setting up for the party, and just sort of starts asking around about Jeremy. Like, he's got a picture up on his phone, like, hey, this is my brother. I'm looking for him. Has anybody seen him recently?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what. I don't know that this would be a role, because I would say investigate a mystery, but I don't think any of the questions would exactly fit. Actually, no, go ahead and investigate a mystery. I actually think there is some stuff here that could work.
Oh,
with this.
okay.
So yeah, go ahead and roll plus
Cool.
sharp.
Plus sharp. I'm okay at that. So that's a 12 total. 10 plus 2.
Nice. Okay, so you get to ask 2 questions.
2 questions. Let me pull them back up here.
I do think what happened here, if you're looking for the information that Peter was just looking for, is
Yeah.
probably a pretty good one.
Yeah, I actually was thinking the same thing. So yeah, let's start with what happened here.
Yeah, so I think as you're kind of going around, so Peter is like talking to Gregory. You kind of like see that this is going south, and kind of peel off and start just talking to the other like guys who are it is mostly guys who are hanging around. And they corroborate what kind of what this other girl had said, which is that Jeremy was there at the party last weekend. He got like crazy drunk. He was awful. The previously mentioned karaoke thing comes up again. They note that he didn't bring any alcohol, he didn't bring any snacks, and he like just went into the fridge and was like drinking other people's stuff. And it's like, you know, obviously there's a keg, like anybody can come and have like the keg, but like if somebody brings beer and like puts it in the fridge, you're not really just supposed to like take it and start drinking it unless like somebody tells you that it's cool. You know, like you're not supposed to like just like go into the host's fridge and like eat their leftover pizza, especially, which is also something that Jeremy did. I do think that someone mentions that they are surprised that Jeremy got so drunk. For one reason, because he's normally a lightweight. So the fact that he was drinking and drinking and drinking is weird. Like, they noticed that. And then I think they also say that they, so on the next day, on Sunday, they had a study group with Jeremy, and he didn't seem hungover at all. Like, they were like, after the party last night, I was sure he wasn't going to show up. I didn't really talk to him at the study group, but, like, he was there, he was participating, he did not seem hungover. So I think that is some information that you get with that first question. Do you have another question that you want to ask?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I want to ask, where did it go? Preferably in the sense of like, does anybody have any more recent thoughts of like where it would be?
I think as you're talking to people, this is kind of a weird answer to your question, but I think helpful. So as you're talking to people, like people say like maybe you start bringing up like, oh, Jeremy like not acting like himself, and people are like, well, I mean, I talked to him about like this thing about like college and he like knew about it. Like he wasn't acting like himself, but he had knowledge that Jeremy would have, not specific knowledge, but like knowledge about like the campus, knowledge about like events that were going on, knowledge about like other students. So I think the thing that you get from that you're able to discern is whoever is pretending to be Jeremy is probably another student. Because it's obviously they don't have access to like everything about Jeremy. Like they might not necessarily have access to his memories. Like no one says like something only Jeremy would know. Like that's not the information that you get, but it is stuff that like you would have to be a student probably to know about. And so when you bring up like, oh, he wasn't acting like himself, they're like, yeah, but he talked about wrestling, and he talked about like this class that we're in together, and he talked about blah blah blah. So you think it where did this person go? They probably live on campus. Like whoever this person is probably is on campus.
Interesting. Okay, very good.
How long ago was this party again?
This party was last weekend.
Okay. There wouldn't be any like remnants of this faux Jeremy around.
Like what are you thinking?
I was just gonna I had the idea of trying to kind of sort of sniff out this shifter in a way, but if it's not like more like if he hasn't been here in a while, then like I don't think I can do it.
Do you have a I mean, are you referring to a specific ability that you have?
When I shapeshift, I get a +1 to investigate a mystery. And if I was able to find where he had, oh, do they still have the karaoke machine there?
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, I think they do. I think the frat owns it.
Okay. Yeah. I think Lizzie kind of excuses herself away from everybody else, being like, I'm just gonna use the restroom like real quick. And when she gets in there, hands on the sink, looking up in the mirror, and her face starts to shift like Animorph style. Her eyes turn into these glassy black bulbs, and she grows the long kind of lobster-like antenna. She doesn't fully transform, but it's just the face. Mm-hmm. And I don't really know how lobsters work, but I'm gonna say like the antenna's tasting the air, and I want to go like to the karaoke machine and see if I can get like the scent of whoever this is to try to find them.
I do think you need, I don't know what this would be, but I feel like you need to roll something to conceal what you just did.
That makes sense. Yep.
I cannot figure out what.
Act under pressure?
Yeah, probably act under pressure. That makes the most sense. So yeah, go ahead and roll
or,
plus cool.
Not use magic.
No, I don't think this
would that be use magic? No.
No, I mean, your shape-shifting would be, but you don't have to roll for that because it's one of your abilities. So yeah, I do think it's act under pressure is kind of a catch-all for when it's like you're doing a normal thing, but there's a reason why it's harder than usual. And I do think like concealing that you have a
If we say that
face.
I was doing this simultaneously while Noah was asking around, could that be considered help?
Possibly. I mean,
in order to distract people?
Someone could choose to help if you roll poorly, and help would be worth it.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I don't think it's just going to automatically count as help.
Okay.
Also, there are like locations have moves, so there are some some location-y things going on as well. Just for what it's worth.
Act under pressure.
I
have a -1 to my cool.
Okay, so
I just rolled 2, right?
Yes, roll 2d6.
Okay,
no. So that's a 5. So act under pressure. Okay.
Can I use luck to re-roll?
Luck does do something. Let me see.
Luck does.
Yes, you can retroactively change the result to a 12.
Yeah, I would like to use one of my luck and make that happen.
Cool. Yeah, so you are able to. That is good for you. That's kind of a bummer for me because I had a cool thing in mind, but whatever. I think, did we determine what Lizzie's wearing right now?
We didn't. No.
I
know that she lifted up her shirt.
I think maybe you're wearing a hoodie, so you like duck out of the bathroom and like flip your hoodie up and are kind of able to like crinkle back into it a little bit. And manage to evade, even though people are like actively paying attention to your group. Between Peter and Noah kind of going around talking to people and like being distracting a little bit, you're able to make your way over to the karaoke machine, which is set up. Go ahead and roll investigate a mystery, and you do get +1 to this. It is plus sharp too, so I don't know if you have anything to your sharp.
I have 0 to my sharp.
Okay, so it's just +1. Oh no. So that is a 7. It's a mixed success. Because it's +1.
That's fair.
Cool. So you get to ask one question on a 7 to 9.
Yeah. The one thing that I want to know is where did it go? I want to be able to find where this thing is.
Yeah.
Like, see if I can like lead, not necessarily straight to it, but like
Yeah.
get a sense. I want to have picked up on like.
Yeah. You taste something. I think you're kind of like using your little feelers, tentacles, like extra whatever ability thing that you have. You taste
My little antennas just
Like-
touching on the microphone.
yeah, like a maybe cologne, something that's different than anything you've ever like smelled or tasted before. It smells like fresh grass. It smells like dewdrops in dawn. It smells like vibrantly outdoors. Like a little bit of cinnamon, a little bit of like some exotic spice that you've never like tasted or smelled before. Like a very, very, very distinctive taste / smell that you get from this thing. And you think if you smelled it again, you would recognize it. Like if you smelled it on someone.
Hell yeah, that's what I wanted. Gross. Dewdrops in dawn.
Yes. Fresh
Weird.
grass and some spicy cinnamon or something like that.
Fresh grass and spice. I can't tell if that would smell so disjointed or good.
And I guess I'll ask Sam, is there anything that you want to do while you're at this location? Because everyone else has kind of done something here. I think you are muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think he would be looking around for some weed because that's what he came here to do. But I would like to use one of my things here.
Yeah.
It's called Oops. I want to stumble across something important. That's it pretty much.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, can you read what that full ability is?
Yeah. If you want to stumble across something important, tell the keeper. You will find something important and useful, although not necessarily related to your immediate problems.
This is such a good ability. You used this last time too. What would be... While I'm thinking about this, I'll say, welcome Slave Child to the chat who says Alex's beard is majestic. Also, while I'm thinking, I don't know if you're still here, but Dreamy, thanks for popping in. Also, Patter Har, or Hair, if you have something else you want me to call you. And again, Semantic, thank you for the follow and this subscribe. And I'm trying to think, just to summarize also for anybody who missed the first half, the hunters have a friend named Jeremy who is behaving very strangely. Jeremy thinks that he has a brain injury from maybe their last adventure where he was knocked out, doesn't really remember much about it even though it was 6 months ago. They are quickly discovering that it seems to be some sort of shapeshifter who is hell-bent on ruining Jeremy's name for what reason they don't know. So that's pretty much the summary so far. What do you find? It doesn't have to be something that's directly related. I think you find... Oh, I thought of something cool. So I think you're kind of looking around, and you know that there's a lot of like superstitions like in college, like in general, and this college campus also there's like a lot of superstitions that people have. And I think whatever, I didn't think of a name for this frat, but I think it has like is one of those frats that has like a U in the name. And you know that this frat has usually above the door a horseshoe that they use for the U. And as you're like looking around for weed, you notice this horseshoe has like fallen off or something. Like there's the indentation of where it used to be, like above the door. And as you're kind of looking around, you like pop. I think you find some people outside who are smoking. And as you go out, you see in the dirt, like kind of crumpled by something, like damaged, this horseshoe. Like something has not just like it's not just fallen down, like it seems to have been discarded and like slightly damaged outside like the back door of this fraternity.
And it's like an iron horseshoe. Like it's
Yes, an
like,
iron
really
horseshoe.
strong. Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't
Okay.
it's not like twisted, like it's not like something like supernaturally strong twisted. It's just like damaged in some way. Yeah, so it's not like a strongman thing where it's like, you know, pulled apart.
Okay.
It just looks like someone has like taken it down and like kind of tossed it out, and it's been like damaged
It's like
by
all
being
dirty and
outdoors.
stuff.
Yeah. It's been like messed up from being outdoors and being like torn down.
Interesting. I'm not sure what to make of that, but we'll see later.
Yeah.
I think Sam's saying that out loud too.
Okay, I was gonna. Yes. Are we all meeting back up at this point?
Yeah, I think if you all want to be heading back to the car, you could be headed back.
Okay, let's run down. What did everybody find?
The horseshoe. Yeah, thought it was kind of interesting.
Have you not seen horseshoes before?
No. Well, I mean, actually, no. I don't think I have seen any horseshoes. Like, I don't. Well, anyway, no. It was like on the sign for the frat, but it fell off. I don't know. Just thought it was maybe something. Probably not.
Was this a like a real horseshoe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Noah's like jotting down some notes. He has like a field guide that he uses for sure.
Yeah.
He's like whipped out his notebook and is taking down some notes.
Did Sam bring the horseshoe with him, or did he leave it?
Yeah, I think he did bring it with him. He was kind of high. He didn't really know what he was doing.
So you did smoke. You went out and you did smoke.
Yeah.
A little bit of like a contact high.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Any findings?
Lizzie, as she takes down her hood, is sucking back in her tentacles so she has a normal face again. And is yeah, so we haven't talked about it, I guess. You haven't been around, Noah, but I don't know. Have you felt weird after our last encounter, right?
I don't know what you mean by weird.
She kind of does sort of transitions and then sucks it back in. It's yeah, so this is a thing that I apparently can do. So I smelled the karaoke machine, and it trying to figure out if I could find out who was using it before. And it smells outdoorsy, grass and spicy and stuff. So I guess if we find the person who it is, regardless of what they look like, I should be able to tell, I think.
Okay, I asked around and I found, pretty sure it's got to be another student who's impersonating Jeremy, just based on some things that they know. And I'm trying to think of other students who might want to hurt Jeremy. And Noah's looking back and forth between Lizzie and Peter at this point. There are unfortunate clues that are coming together. So, yeah, we just need to find someone who might want to hurt Jeremy and can shapeshift.
Hey, all I can say, whoever is
Lizzie's sucking the things back into her face.
I think
Whoever
Noah has at this
is-
point taken the the horseshoe and is like edging closer and closer to Lizzie. Like trying not to be weird and obvious about it, but it's like just trying to get the horseshoe as close to Lizzie as possible.
Why?
Wait, do you really not know, or are you being Lizzie?
I do not know what's happening.
Because Josh said Noah said someone who wants to hurt Jeremy who can shapeshift. Like someone who might have something against Jeremy who can shapeshift is the person.
What does that have to do
doing
with the
this.
horseshoe? You're gonna hurt me with the horseshoe? Are you threatening?
Well, only if you
Dude.
are a fairy child.
dude. Noah, hey, you're actually a little weird, man. Back off, okay? First of all, and
I don't know what you're talking about, Peter. I don't think I am the one acting weird.
Okay, whatever, dude. All I know is that whoever's doing this to Jeremy, like, when we find him, like, I'm for sure gonna like get the boys together because we're gonna have to like kick some ass, you know.
No, do you think I wanna hurt Jeremy?
I don't know. Why don't do you? Do you wanna? Do you?
No. That's why I broke up with him. Like, why would I don't want to hurt. Like, Jeremy's great. I don't want to hurt him. Like, also, like, you think I want to ruin his life? That's so much effort. God, no, you don't even know me at all.
Counterpoint, I think I know you better than you think. We've been through some things together. Can you think of anyone else who wants to ruin Jeremy's life and can shapeshift?
God, do I, Taylor? Is there anyone that would come to mind?
No, I don't think you know any shapeshifters. I will say
Well, anyone that might like.
Oh, want to ruin
be-
Jeremy's life? I don't think you do. Just based on how self-centered Lizzie is, I think it would be weird if you had like paid that much attention to like what's going on with Jeremy's personal life. I will say, I mean, any of you could call Jeremy and ask about like some of this stuff.
That would be a reasonable conclusion to make.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us are there.
You could. I mean, are you getting in the car and going to a new location also?
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, right now I think we're standing around the car arguing.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to decide. Let me look at something.
As long as Sam will still give us a ride.
Yeah, I can still do that. I didn't really smoke that much. I think I'm good.
I think you get a phone call from Jeremy. I think as you're kind of deciding what your next move is, you do get a phone call. There are Sleep Child is in the chat arguing about who the drug guy in the group is.
Yeah.
Says that Peter he thinks that Peter is a jock, which I don't know that Peter is a jock. I think Peter's kind of a party guy. But
It's a very thin line between jock and party boy, I think.
Yeah.
in a lot of cases.
So that is true. So I think because it's also getting, I think, to a good time to maybe, oh yeah, it's like 2 hours in, maybe do a break. So I think what happens before we go to a break, especially since Melanie had to leave for a second, you get a call from, I think, Noah. No, actually, I think Sam. I think Sam's the one that Jeremy would call. Sam, you get a call from Jeremy. Your phone rings and it's it says Jeremy's calling you.
Okay, I pick it up and say hello.
he says, "Hey, I'm still at the hospital. I just got a call from someone on campus, from like campus security, that they're looking for me because they have security camera footage of me robbing and assaulting a student. So, have you guys? I told him I was at the hospital. Have you guys figured anything out?
You probably shouldn't have told them where you were.
Well, they
But
said
that's
they
okay.
said they were looking for me, and so I was like, I'm at the hospital. I think I have a brain injury. So they said they were gonna send somebody. But like I mean, it's just campus security. Like they can't actually arrest me, right?
I honestly I don't know, but I mean, yeah, we've been digging around and looking for stuff, but we haven't really found anything solid. I mean, we're still kind of where we are. I mean, where we were before this at lunch. So,
You guys haven't
unless-
figured anything out?
I mean, what have we figured out so far? We got the horseshoe. We got.
Okay, Sam, I really don't have time for this right now. Okay, they told me I assaulted some kid named Paul Hamilton. They said they have me on security footage last night, knocking him out and stealing his money. I do not remember. I was with you guys last night. You know, I was like, you guys stayed in my dorm. I was with you and Noah last night.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. I mean, I believe you. I believe you. I think something weird's happening, and I mean, is where did they say where Paul is now? I mean, is he all right?
No, they're not gonna tell me where he is if they think I assaulted him. I don't. I gotta go. I gotta go. They're calling me. They're calling me back to the. I'm in the emergency room. They're calling me back. I gotta go.
Okay. Well, see ya.
He hangs up, and I think with that, we are going to take our halfway point break. It's a little more than halfway. So before we go to a break, I'm just going to say thank you to everybody who's been hanging out and watching, and hanging out in chat. I know I can't really interact with chat as much while I'm running a game, but I love seeing the convos. I love seeing the the theories. Everything like that is wonderful. And we're gonna take, I think, 10 minutes. So we'll be back at what would that be? 9:03, right? 9:04. 9:05, depending on how long I take to do a break. But yeah, when we get back, I'll do another quick summary of what's happened so far for anybody who missed it, and reintroduce the players, the characters a little bit. So if you missed the first part and are a little bit lost about what's going on, we'll sum that up when we come back from our break. But yeah, we will see you all in 10 minutes. Let me go to where's my break screen? Here it is. We'll see you all in about 10 minutes. While that's happening, if you hang out in chat, you can see more information about the players tonight. I have their promos going on a slideshow. And then also you can see my cat walking around on screen. And you can just watch a cat hang out and have fun. But yeah, we'll see you all in 10 minutes. Thank you.
See ya.
Hello again. We are back. And thanks for hanging out during the break. You may notice that I have a prediction going on right now where you can wager channel points. And the prediction right now is whether you think that Lizzie and Peter, the two characters, will break up during stream. I didn't have enough characters in the prediction to say that specifically, so it's not, just in general if you think they'll break up, but if you think they're going to break up during stream, you do still have some time to wager that. And like Sleep Child mentioned, some of you maybe missed the first part of the session, weren't able to catch us like when we first went live. So I'm really quickly going to say what has happened so far. Probably going to wrap up stream like 10:30, 11, depending on like how things go, how quickly the players get to the next parts of the adventure. This is the first one shot I'm running that is like very, very not on rails. I have a setting, but like I'm pretty much leaving it up to the players. It's a more open-ended system. So it all depends on them, how late we go. But just to reintroduce you to the characters, we have Peter, who is playing the spooky playbook in Monster of the Week. Kind of, I think, fair to say, party boy and an asshole, I think. Pretty much an asshole. He is the best friend of Jeremy, who is an NPC that has gotten into a little bit of hot water, which I'll talk about. We also have Josh, who is playing the Searcher playbook, who is a high school senior, Jeremy's younger brother, and kind of a conspiracy theorist, but is right about things. I think is the main way to put it. And also I think fair to say maybe a little on the annoying side to people. Maybe a little bit too firm in his convictions. We also have Lizzie, who is the popular girl playing the monstrous. She can shapeshift into a lobster creature, and is dating Peter. Jeremy is her ex-boyfriend. They broke up shortly after the last one shot, and immediately she and Peter started dating. And then we also have Sam, who is playing the mundane, the only character without superpowers. A lobster woman, yeah. Lobster woman. Sam is kind of laid back, kind of stoner-ish kind of guy who works at a restaurant. Probably the only character who isn't, well, Noah's not an asshole, but the only character who's not combative, I'll say. All the rest of you are pretty combative. Maybe the glue that holds the group together. Oh, hi, hello to Sierra in the chat. I'm just about to summarize what's happened so far. So far, their friend Jeremy, who always seems to like end up in trouble somehow. Last session, he was kidnapped by a giant rat. This session, someone seems to be impersonating him. Someone with some sort of supernatural power, perhaps. Very, very convincingly impersonating Jeremy and set out to seemingly ruin his reputation. What the players know so far is that it's some sort of shapeshifter. Seems like it's another student based on what the person knows. And they've also found a good luck charm from in the shape of a why am I only thinking Lucky Rabbit's foot? Horseshoe, lucky horseshoe, that has been torn down from the frat house they were just at and thrown outside, discarded. Lizzie got the distinctive smell of whoever this person is, and Noah has some leads on what it might be based on his internet communities that he's a part of. I am going to go ahead and really quickly throw it over to my players for them to reintroduce themselves again for anybody who missed the first half. Starting with, we'll start in reverse order. So we'll start with Alex if you want to reintroduce yourself.
My character, right?
No, yourself.
Oh, myself. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Alex. I am the Keeper's brother. I'm, like I said last time, pretty boring. There's not much to know about me. I like music. I am a musician, and that's a fly flying around in my face. But yeah, I've got a SoundCloud that you could go listen to some of my stuff if you want. Yeah.
And I did just put that in the chat. All the links for the players. I put their info in the chat just now. So you can check that out. Yeah. And then Mike, you want to reintroduce yourself?
Sure. So, hey everyone, I'm Mike. Couple times on the stream so far. And it's been a little bit, so Nice to be back. Like Taylor said, I'm playing Peter. And yeah, not a lot on my end to plug either. But I will say again that there is Taylor is running a Goblin Squad one shot soon, and those are always super fun. So would definitely check that out.
Yeah, Melanie, I want to reintroduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Melanie, friend of the stream, pretty much always around here, either on it or in the chat. Usually both if I'm playing. Things about me, that feels like it. I'll be in that Goblin Squad stream, so
Yes.
if you like goblins or like watching people have fun and make bad choices, watch that.
Yeah. If you're watching this stream, you probably already do like that. I feel like one of the reasons I love like the characters that you all are playing tonight is that you are like mostly just assholes.
We all
Which
kind of
is
suck in
just-
some different way.
Yeah. Which is very fun. The goblins are not assholes, but are disgusting. So that is also fun in a different way.
Love them so much.
Yeah. And yeah, Josh, another Goblin Squad member. Do you want to reintroduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Josh. I play a lot of RPGs. Yeah, next big thing for me is the Goblin Squad. So if you really want to see me be my grossest self, we get to have fun. That's gonna be a big blast.
Yes, super fun. That is on the 17th. So I also reintroduced myself for anybody who's watching who's not like already following or familiar with the channel. My name's Taylor. I am the person who owns this channel. I never know how to say that. It's my Twitch stream, and I'll do what I want. And I think I did just get a follow. Oh, Dungeon Mom, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, and also, why is this covering up my alerts? Something is always covering up my alerts, and I don't know why. I think that's because my Streamlabs crashed. Dungeon Mom, I'll do some shout outs too, because Sierra, Sierra is a great follow if you're not already following her. And Dungeon Mom is also great. Plays Dungeons and Dragons and really fun. So let me do that really quick. Actually, Melanie, do you want to shout out Dungeon Mom since it's just shout out and then at the username. If you can't do it, I can do it once we get back into roleplay. Yeah, my name's Taylor. I'm the Dungeon Master, Keeper, Storyteller, whatever other names. I'm usually the person who is running sessions. I also play video games on here when I'm not running sessions. And we do have some fun streams coming up. People have mentioned Goblin Squad, which is our Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition one-shot series. And Melanie and Josh are both players in that. That's super fun. We've done a couple of those streams, which are super fun. And I think with that, I feel like that's pretty much all I have to say about myself. So I'm gonna go ahead and we'll get right back into where we were at with Monster of the Week. So before we went to our break, you all got a call from Jeremy. You're the kind of the glue of your social group, I would say. None of you would probably be friends with each other if it weren't for Jeremy. And he's at the hospital. He believes that he has some sort of serious brain injury where he is not remembering things that he has done. A bunch of people are coming up to him and telling him that he stood them up on dates or that he ruined their party, all these different things he does not remember doing. So he's at the hospital. You all dropped him off there. And he called and said that he just got a call from campus security, that they have video footage of him assaulting someone on campus, like physically, like knocking somebody out and robbing them. And said that they just called him back because he's in the emergency room. They just called him back to consult with the doctor, and had to go. But that conversation just happened. You all are in the parking area of a frat house, and Sam just got that call. What do you all want to do next?
Okay, do any of you know someone who is like mad at Jeremy or wants to ruin his life?
Well, did Sam ask when he was on the phone? Like when we was just talking to him? Did you think to
I'm
ask?
no. I mean, I'm trying my best here, guys. You know, I just
Oh, Sam.
I did smoke a little bit. I apologize. I'm not fully there, so but no, I didn't think to ask him that one.
Right.
I
I
can call
will
him, though, and
say,
ask him.
yeah, if somebody wants to really quickly call him back, it probably will be a manipulate someone role because he's at the hospital.
I'll do
Okay.
it.
Oh, yeah. Melanie realized over the break that she actually has a special ability
yeah.
for manipulate someone. So yeah,
Yeah,
if you want to go ahead.
I've done
that.
goofed up before.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I call from my phone so it shows up that
Yeah.
I'm giving him a call.
Yeah.
Do I need to roll to manipulate to get him to pick up, right?
No, actually, I think I was gonna have you roll, but I think he would pick up first because usually you have to say, like, you have to offer something or a reason to talk to him. So he picks up the phone. He says, "Hey, Lizzie, I'm sorry. You know, I just talked to Sam. They're calling me into the next room. I can't have my phone on."
Real quick, just hold on, just real quick. I just gotta ask you one thing, and then I'll let you go. Like, don't even worry about it. I'll let you go. Just
Okay,
real quick
like,
question.
You know, it's kind of a thing at the hospital. Like, you can't really just, like, it's not really on my terms.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and roll manipulate someone, Melanie.
Okay. Okay, so that's 9, and I get +3 because I have unnatural appeal. I get to roll plus weird instead of my plus charm when I manipulate someone.
Yes. What's your charm? Can you remind us again what your charm is?
What my charm is? My charm is normally -1.
Cool. So that's full success, right? Yeah, 10 plus. They'll do it for you for the reason you gave them. So he says, okay, yeah, Lizzie, you know, I can't really say no to you. That's always kind of been the dynamic of our relationship,
Yeah,
which
it's great.
You know, people have kind of warned me about. But what?
So, is there like anybody that might have it out for you?
Anybody that
Like,
might have it out for me?
like anyone who doesn't like you? You know, might want to destroy you, ruin your reputation.
I mean, everybody has people that don't like them. Oh, I mean, yeah, there's like this one. I mean, I don't think this is the type of person who would like ruin my life, but like, actually, this is weird because this did happen right before all of this like weird shit started happening. Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, I was at study group, the bar, you know, not like the actual, the arcade bar, you know, that we hang out at sometimes. I was there, and there's this guy that hangs out there with his sister. His sister does not go to school here, but Finch is his name. He and his sister do this thing to freshmen where like his sister will be at the bar and like talking to somebody, and then like Finch will come up and like intimidate the freshmen and be like, hey, don't mess with my sister, like kind of thing, and will like make them give him like tokens, like the arcade tokens, to like apologize for like, you know, talking to his sister, like messing with his sister. And like it's like pretty messed up. Like, it's not really that bad, but like it like he's not gonna like hurt anybody, but it like it's kind of mean. And so like a couple weeks ago he was doing this to a freshman, And I kind of stepped in and was like, hey, like, leave this kid alone. Because it was just, it was like sad, kind of. And it's weird, but yeah, like that is, since that happened, sorry, I gotta go. You can like hear in the background, like a nurse or someone like talking to Jeremy and saying like, sir, we can't really take a look at your injury until you
wait, hold on, wait. That's the only person? That's the only one? Like, not anyone on your wrestling squad or anything? An ex?
No, why would anybody at the wrestling squad want? And like his phone hangs up. Like someone hangs up his phone.
Okay, so I relate that to everybody else, and I'm like, which is like, that's pretty sexist, right? Like, she could talk to whoever she wants, and like, just because she's his sister, he's like makes these people give him coins. That's fucked up.
I think that was, never mind. So we gonna talk to this Finch guy?
Yeah, I think actually Noah, this is actually something I was going to mention earlier. First of all, a question, which is a little bit of a diversion, but something I think that would be interesting. So I mentioned that it's Little Siblings Weekend. Yesterday there were some like Little Sibs Weekend activities. One of them, I think, if it was anything like the college that I went to, they do like a thing where it's like, oh, like how much do you know about your sibling, like a newlywed style game. That I think you and Jeremy participated in, because there's like a fun prize, like there's like gift cards or something that you get. First of all, how do you think you did in that game? With you and Jeremy?
Not well.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are brothers, but they lead very different lives. And I think there's a lot of like love and respect. But it's shown in very weird ways, and taking an interest in the other's life is not necessarily
yeah.
Not necessarily
so
one of
you
those.
were, I think it was like an elimination competition, so you were knocked out pretty early. So you had plenty of time to notice that these siblings who won the competition, Finch and Robin Greenspring. Robin is Finch's younger sister, who took first place. So you definitely, when Lizzie is talking about this, you're like, oh, those are the siblings who like won this thing yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like some of this is starting to come together. Does anybody know where Finch would be? I don't go here.
Sounds like probably shaking down some freshmen.
Yeah, I think you would know that probably it's like maybe late afternoon. Probably study group is not open yet. Like they're kind of like an evening bar, like they're not open for like lunch or anything like that. So you could like go there and like wait for them to open to see if like Finch and Robin are there. You could also check like the student lounge. There's usually a lot of people around there. A lot of people study like on the weekends, so you could go to like the library on campus if you were just looking to run into him. I don't think like any of you would know much more specifics about Finch, like his specific whereabouts, but those could be some leads.
Yeah, I feel like we should go to the student lounge. That seems like a good place to. Might be there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sorry, Sleep Child in the chat, I think, is talking about your cat, Melody, and just said, "Is that a hairy child?"
Yeah, this is my small hairy child.
Funny. Anyway, yeah, you all want to head to the student lounge, or if someone has another idea.
Yeah, that makes sense. Before we go, Does anybody have any iron on them?
Yeah, the horseshoe.
Okay, good. That's a good start. Any other iron? Do you have like a crowbar?
Yeah, we carry crowbars around with us. That's a normal thing.
Anybody have anything made out of iron?
No, you all right, bro? Talking about like iron and stuff.
You have like an
I-
iron deficiency?
Yeah. Hell
No,
yeah.
this isn't about me. This is about the shifter.
The shifter.
Let's not. We went over this. We're just gonna need some iron.
Like, I mean, we have some iron. Do you need more iron?
No, just like relax. I'm sure we'll find some iron or whatever you need.
We could go to like the campus driving range, get some like 9 irons or whatever.
Babe, you are the best.
I'm pretty smart, so
Don't know if that will work.
Why not?
Literally
But-
has iron in its name.
yeah. And I don't know that it would not work. So seems that we're at an impasse.
I've got an iron in my dorm. I could go and I could get it.
Oh, I could.
Oh, and
I could go ask the frat guys if they have some iron, like in the house, like around their house.
like pumping iron.
Sure.
That's such a good
Yeah,
idea. Babe.
like-
yeah.
Like, oh, thanks. Like, should I go back? I go
Yeah,
back.
absolutely. Yeah.
You know what? Honestly, I'm gonna hold on to this and no holds on the horseshoe. You all, I'm just gonna suggest that you find some iron just in case.
Well, I mean, that's my iron. You took my iron.
Do you want it back?
Try to take it from him,
no,
Sam.
You can have it. You can keep it. It's fine. You seem to want iron for some reason, so yeah, just hold on to it.
Have none of you done any research into cryptozoology? I keep sending you links. Well, Lizzie, I haven't sent you any. Peter, Sam, none of the links, none of the books.
I mean, I've skimmed through a little bit, but
Dude.
you know, it's just not my cup of tea. You know, I don't.
What we're dealing with here is some sort of fairy shapeshifter, I think.
Fairy shapeshifter.
Yeah, so we just
What-
need some iron, and I think we'll be okay.
If you say so. I mean,
Dude.
I'll keep my eye out.
No, it sounds like you need a White Claw.
Please, Peter, I have taste.
So yeah, who is anybody going back into the frat house?
I think I'll go and try to help Peter. Like, be like, hey, sorry about this. Could we like have like a 5-pound weight or whatever? Weird, I know, but you know, crazy night.
I think this is gonna be manipulate someone.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Roll dice.
I mean, I'll say,
Okay.
if you need help, then Peter is also there to help out.
So I rolled a 6 plus 3 from my weird.
Okay.
That is 9, which
So
is
that's-
what?
They'll
Mixed?
do it,
Is
but
that
only if
mixed,
you do
or-
something for them right now. Which also, thank you.
I lift up my
Patrick.
shirt.
Oh my god. Okay, hang on. We'll get back to that.
Lift up my shirt.
Just to show the abs. Like, I'll beat you up.
Yeah, yeah. First of all, it is important because before you lifted up your shirt to show your abs, if that's what you're doing again. Pat, let me know who you want to give that +1 to, or if you just want it to be in like a pool for anybody to be able to use. But thank you for the bits. I should have mentioned this during break. But if you want to help out the party, or just be a little bit famous, for $1 to $5 or 100 to 500 bits, you can give a player +1 on a roll of their choice. Or I'll say if you just want to put it in like a pool for like the party to be able to draw from. I think for this game that works pretty well. And for $6 to $10 or 600 to 1,000 bits, you can name an NPC. And there's still plenty of NPCs that could come up that you could name. So I should mention that. So yeah, unless Patrick has a specific person that he wants to give that to, I'll say that's in a party pool. Melanie.
So when I ask for some weights, and then I lift up my shirt to show off my 6-pack, my glistening 6-pack. And I'm like, go ahead, punch it. I won't even fucking feel it.
I did have something else in mind, but that is too funny to not do. I do think, because this is a mixed success, I think the person does punch you.
I want them to punch me.
It's 0 harm, but does hurt a little bit. Like, it's a person who just, like, fully punches you in the stomach, out of curiosity, not out of, malice. And
they don't know me yet.
Yeah. So one of the things for a 0 harm injury, it doesn't actually do you harm, but you can take -1 forward. So your next roll, you'll get a -1 too, because you're a little bit winded from getting punched in the stomach. But they do give you some. They do give you some. You were looking for like weights, right? Yeah. They give you some weights. Peter. You have something as a part of so just to get into a little bit of like your dynamic with Lizzie. Lizzie obviously has been like having some like weird dietary restrictions. Has been like very specific about what she wants to eat. I think as you're going to talk to people, one of the people that you're kind of going around talking to, trying to get weights from, says like has like some sort of like appetizer thing, and he's like, hey, bro, I didn't want to like ask her this, but like we're trying to like have better foods for like the party, and I was wondering if you could see if your girlfriend would try this appetizer, and it's Melanie just on the chat like, how dare you. And Peter, I'm gonna pull something that's a part of your character that we don't really get into that much. The spooky has a part of your a part of your background that sometimes you feel this like inner part of you that makes you want to like do evil things. This is the Spider-Man 3 Spider-Man, where you just kind of have this desire. And so I'm going to say, so every once in a while the keeper can ask you, or not even ask really, it's supposed to be tell you to do something that fits into one of these things. And I think, this is a little bit, kind of a little bit fits in. It has to kind of go with one of your things. I think that like having Lizzie eat something that doesn't fit into her diet, like misleading her and trying to get her to eat this, is kind of a little bit of an act of violence. And I feel like there's like a dark voice inside of you that is like, it would be pretty funny. Like, Lizzie is like really like stuck up about the stuff that she eats. It would be pretty funny to like tell her this is like some sort of like nutrition bar. You can say no to this, Peter. You don't have to do it. But if you don't do it, you will lose access to your powers until you give in to this dark urge. That is built into the spooky character. That's not just me being an asshole.
Oh dang. Uh, what is it? What are they
Oh.
handing to me?
Yeah, I think it looks like some sort of little like oh, what would this be? Uh I think it's like some sort it looks like a mozzarella stick or something. Like it's some sort of like fried thing. Looking at it is not necessarily something that Lizzie couldn't eat. She does sometimes it's kind of hard to predict what she'll eat and what she won't eat. But it's some sort of like fried, like doughy kind of thing, like a mozzarella stick or something like that.
Peter Peter will take the appetizer and be like, what? Why yeah, that's cool. Like, thank you, but like, why her specifically? Like, I could eat it.
Okay, yeah, bro, but you're not like a hot girl. I just said we're trying to get like a hot girls to want to come to our parties, and like, you know, when hot girls get drunk, they want to eat like fried food. They want to eat like this kind of stuff. And so I was just thinking like,
Okay.
if your girlfriend likes it, then like we're on the right track. You know, we can get some like hot girls to come. To
Right. For sure. Yeah. No problem, man. Yeah, I'll take it over. I'll see. I'll let you know if she likes it.
Cool. Lizzie, you have some weights. You should let someone punch you in the stomach. And you meet back up with Peter.
Whatever the heaviest weight is, I'm gonna keep for myself.
Yeah.
Because I'm like unnervingly strong. Yeah, you like that?
You got the weights already?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Yeah. Just like really quick and efficient and smart and pretty. So
Hey. Well, I got this my buddy gave me this appetizer that he's working on for the party, and he wanted me to give it to you to try. Do you want to try it?
why?
He said something about like he wants like more girls to come to the party, so he's like trying to get better food or something. I don't know. It's weird. I asked him why I couldn't eat it, and he was like, I don't know. He was being weird about it.
Just for girls?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you know these guys are crazy.
If you say it's just for girls, I think Lizzie's gonna be like, that sounds weird. like this is a frat house. I don't love that. If you said hot girls, she'd be like, oh yeah, I'm a hot girl. I will eat this thing.
If you want, I mean, it's up to you, Peter, how hard you want to push it. You could roll to manipulate someone, like we did before, so, you know. Because then Lizzie still gets to decide whether she wants to eat it or not, but could get experience or +1 or whatever. It's up to you.
But then I don't have access to my powers if I don't, right?
Yeah, I think if you don't really at least try to get her to eat it, I think there is a part of you that is like, come on, Peter, like this would be really funny. Like it's not gonna hurt anything. It would just be like funny.
This is gonna like I feel like I know what's happening. But from the outside perspective, it feels a little date like roofy.
I don't think Peter, like, over the table, I like, Peter did not get that impression. I don't think. Okay. Like, it's not like this guy was like, hey, let's knock your girlfriend out. And also, like, I wouldn't have Peter, like roofy.
Yeah, I know. That's, like, one of the things that are our lines in our game. Like, yes. This is something that will not be...
It's up to you. If Mike, if you don't want to do it, if you don't want to do the roll to manipulate somebody, you definitely do not have to.
Above table, like, Mike, if you appeal to Lizzie's vanity, she'll do it. Like, you're her boyfriend, she'll do it. You don't need to roll to, like, manipulate her.
It is the title of the ability is definitely not making it seem less creepy just because it's called manipulate someone. It is sort of like the persuasion check. But yeah.
Right. Right. It's cool. I don't know. He was just like oh like we're trying to like get like like hot girls to like come and like party with us and like eat good food with us, and so I don't know. I can take a
You want to
bite
split it with
and
me?
then you could. Yeah, I'll split it.
I think
with
she
you,
like gets really gross and like puts it like in his mouth and like takes half of it that way.
Yeah. You both
The
bite
worst way to
into
eat a
this.
mozzarella stick.
yeah.
Well, you bite into it. It is not a mozzarella stick. Peter, you're like,
fried
what?
butter.
Yeah,
You
Peter,
motherfucker.
you bite into it and you're like, this is really weird. Lizzie, you bite into it and feel the butter slide down your throat, into your stomach, and are like, oh, this is bad. Lizzie's, as the monstrous
immediately
has,
start
has,
gagging.
yeah, has,
Yeah,
a,
as
yeah,
the
go ahead.
monstrous, I can I have a vulnerability and I can pick a substance that I suffer +1 harm if I encounter it, and if I'm bound or surrounded by it, I have to act under pressure to get out of it. And Lizzie's substance is butter. As a hot girl / lobster woman,
Yeah.
butter is her weakness.
So I think if you want to act under pressure to, as soon as you realize it's butter, go like, oh, this is like bad that I'm ingesting this. Exactly. What's scarier to a lobster than butter? Yeah, go ahead and act under pressure.
Okay, and I have a -1 to this
Yes.
from being punched in the stomach.
Yes, you But you have plenty
Yo,
of
I
iron.
think whatever this is, they have like some work to do, babe, on this snack. I don't really know what this is, but it's like not that good.
My brother is being framed. Your friend
Okay.
is being framed.
Wait, I don't think
So I have a
Noah's there.
-1
Aren't you and, you and
for
Sam are in the
cool.
car, right?
Oh, I thought they were
Yeah.
back outside.
No, we're like right outside of the place. I give it a -1 for cool, and I get a -1 forward. So that's a 4 for me.
Cool.
I try not to throw up in your mouth, but I do a little bit. Oh, no.
Yes. Here's what happens. You feel like this is not like permanent. It's not like swallowing this butter you permanently lose access. You immediately try to like throw up a little bit or do something, but this butter just like goes straight into your stomach, and you feel like you at least temporarily have lost access to your powers. That's just because it's your weakness. I know you're not bound by it, but also it's butter. So I feel like I have to work with what I have. That is not, that's just what happens when you ingest butter.
Do I suffer 1 harm?
You don't suffer harm from it, no.
Really?
You suffer extra harm if you're, like, damaged by it, I think. But this isn't, like, doing damage to you. And what? There was something else I was going to say. And, oh, yes, here's what it is. Did you say you two are in, that you two are still inside the building, or that you had walked out?
I think we just like walked right outside the door. Like
Okay.
that's how I'm picturing it.
So, Noah and Sam, you two are in the car. Lizzie and Peter, you had just walked out. Lizzie, you bite into this, immediately know that it's butter. Peter, like, is kind of like, oh, okay, weird. You see, Jeremy walking towards actually, you see a car pull up. Jeremy gets out, and says, hey guys, I caught an Uber back here. I was, the hospital checked me out. They said I had maybe suffering from the effects of a concussion, but, yeah, they told me to get, that I wasn't allowed to go to sleep, so I figured I'd come hang out with you.
Wait, you caught an Uber back here?
Yeah.
we can see this, right? Noah and Sam.
Yes, yeah. You two are in the car. Yeah, you can see this.
Yeah, Noah just climbs out of the car and takes off towards them with the horseshoe in hand. I was just gonna run right up and like just basically slap Jeremy with it, probably like in the back or something, preferably on some exposed skin.
Love
Cool.
Noah
I
so much.
This is a very as someone who graduated from Kent State, this is something that just would have happened.
In
To be
Kent
honest.
State, you regularly had fairy children who shapeshifted into your
Yeah. Well, just like people
Ah,
slapping each other and like
with horseshoes.
just like outside of frat houses and stuff. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think this is. I think this is a kick some ass. I don't know what other kind of role this would be
Yeah.
exactly, because you're trying to
God.
damage this person. You're trying to damage Jeremy with a horseshoe.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm really
so-
hoping it's not, but yeah.
Go ahead and roll kick some ass.
All right. Let's see.
Such a fucking cool move.
roll here. That is an 8, and I add 2 to it, so that is a 10 total.
Very
Nice. So you get to choose one extra effect. I do think since this is an improvised weapon, it's just gonna be one harm. Like one harm hand is like the tag for it. But yeah, go ahead and choose your extra effect and describe what happens as you run up to Jeremy and make this attack, and why it does whatever the extra effect is.
All right. I am going to let's gain the advantage and give +1 forward to another hunter. Do I have to choose?
No, you don't have to choose. I don't think you have to choose who it is. I'll say it can just be whoever's the next person to act.
Okay.
What do you do to give? So Jeremy is kind of I think kind of facing all of you. Well, no, you said you wanted to run to his back. Yeah, so I think he's in between. Like his car pulled up in between, like your car and Lizzie and Peter. So you come up behind him and like just hit him in the back with this horseshoe. How do you give the advantage to another hunter?
Well, it kind of depends on what happens, because if it's just Jeremy and he just says kind of like "ow,"
Yeah,
I think
well,
I knock him over.
So what happens is, I think at first you do feel like this sinking feeling in your stomach as you just hit Jeremy and hear Jeremy say like, "ow," and then you almost before you can, like, actually before you really can react, you feel something like hard and solid like slam into the side of your head, which is going to inflict 2 harm. And really like ring your bell. And it feels like a hammer. To the other 2 of you, I think Sam, you can't quite see what's happening from your position in the car because there's kind of another car in the way. There's like some other people. Lizzie and Peter, you see Jeremy like grow enraged. His hand shifts into like the form of a hammer and slams Noah in the side of the head.
Oh no.
And I think
So I think the +1 comes from like revealing what is going on and giving giving someone a chance to react with
Yeah.
my surprise attack.
and you are going to take, as long as you are suffering from this harm, which, do you reduce harm at all? Do you have armor?
I don't have armor, but one of my moves is prepare to defend. So when I kick some master protect someone, I suffer 1 harm less. So
Okay, so you take 1 harm.
I take 1 harm.
Anytime, so I have like harm moves, so anytime I inflict certain amounts of harm, like certain things happen. I will say this was still like a head injury, like you got hit in the head. So you're gonna take -1 ongoing as long as you have this head, like until you like heal from the 1 harm, because you really, like I said, got your bell rung. But yeah, I think Sam, you can tell that like something wild is happening, so you're not like completely out of the loop. But also, Noah, you feel like this injury that you inflicted is like more than you know, your hunch was right that this person took more damage than just one harm.
Yeah, I don't think Noah has a chance to say anything because he did not expect to get hit back.
Yeah.
So that is very much surprised him. And he kind of just stumbles back, but he's like gesturing at not Jeremy.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think Sam gets out of his car at this point.
Yeah.
Does he? I mean, he knows something's wrong, but does he? I mean, like, what does he see? What does he notice from this?
I think by the time you get out of the car, Jeremy's, which you would, I mean, you wouldn't know this, but Jeremy's hand has returned to a hand shape. So you see Jeremy, like, holding his back, like, looking in pain, although you can't really see his face. And you see Noah, like, clutching his head. And I think bleeding, like, you can see some blood on Noah's.
Oh, okay.
He got hit in the head with essentially a hammer, so I think he's bleeding.
I don't know. I think Sam might be able to put two and two together, and you know, since we're talking about Jeremy being a shapeshifter,
do you want to maybe read a bad situation?
Yeah, let's do that.
So go ahead and roll plus sharp.
Okay.
Concussion Brothers. I missed that you said that.
What do I roll for that?
You roll 2d6 and you add your sharp to it.
Okay. So that is going to be 13.
Nice. You all have had
Nice.
very few rolls for me to work with. So read a bad situation is a little bit similar to investigate a mystery. So you have certain questions that you can answer. On a 10 plus, you hold 3. So you get to ask 3 questions. I'll give you what they are. The first one is, what's my best way in? What's my best way out? Are there any dangers we haven't noticed? What's the biggest threat? What's most vulnerable to me? And what's the best way to protect the victims? And if you act on the answers, you get +1 ongoing while the information is relevant. So you can pick 3 of those questions.
3 of those. Okay. Let's do. Are there any dangers we haven't noticed? Do that one first.
Yes, I think as you are kind of trying to figure out what's going on, you see, you can see Jeremy. You know that like there's like kind of siblings involved. Peter, coming out of the door behind Peter, you wouldn't know that this is this person. But the person who offered Peter the snack to give to Lizzie, comes out the door. Like Jeremy yells as he's getting attacked, like cries out in pain. This other guy comes out the front door to help, and looks like incredibly pissed off, like violently angry. And you're like, oh, that doesn't really make sense if it's anyone other than like we're looking at 2 people here. Like there's 2 people who are working together. I think that's the threat, a threat that you haven't noticed, or danger you haven't noticed.
Danger, right. More. What's the best way to protect the victims?
Probably either like taking these people out or getting everyone in the car and getting out of here. Because you still don't know a lot about what's going on. The victims would be like your friends, and the actual Jeremy. Finding out maybe a little bit more about them or getting out of here might be the best way. You have one more question.
Yeah, I don't really know if any of these are really going to help at this point, because the best way out is to drive away. I mean, what's my best way in, I guess?
I think, best way in. I don't know that really applies, because that's usually if you're trying to get into, like, if something's going on, you're trying to get into a location.
Right, okay. What's most vulnerable to me then? We'll do that one.
Yeah, I think what's most vulnerable to you, you know that if you have to get into a fight with these people, that using iron on them is what's gonna, like, that's what's most vulnerable.
No, I was just thinking. My weapon is it'd probably be steel. It's the multi-tool pocket knife.
Oh,
thing.
yeah, that's right. I thought you had a skateboard for some reason. Maybe I'm just thinking of Duck Newton, I think. But
no,
yeah,
I mean, I
No, he
think that
did
was.
have a skateboard, didn't he?
I thought you did.
Yeah.
I have on my sheet pocket knife, and then I had a bicycle. But maybe I remember last time we decided to do a skateboard and then have that be my weapon too.
I thought that's what we did, yeah.
Okay, well let's do that then.
I mean, it still wouldn't be iron, I don't think.
Be a pretty bad skateboard.
Yeah, I don't think a skateboard would be iron or a multi-tool, but I'm just saying you do have that.
I mean, what are the? I'm gonna Google this. What are the trucks made out of? I want to see.
You'd have to take the wheels off, I think.
No, the truck is right underneath the board, and the wheels are on the side. So people do use skateboards as weapons.
While you're figuring that out, Melanie, it looks like you had something you wanted to do.
Oh, I wanted to ask, when that person that comes out behind us, we're standing at the door, do they happen to smell like spicy grass to me?
That person does not smell like spicy grass to you.
Okay. Do I see Noah go up and I see this happen, I'm assuming, right?
Yes. Yeah. This is happening, like, you're walking out, you feel this, like, sickness as you ingest butter. You see Noah run up to Jeremy and slam him in the back with a horseshoe. And then you see Jeremy slam Noah in the side of the head with a hand turned into a hammer.
Josh just said in chat, spicy grass is a weird way to say weed, and that's so fucking funny. I think I see this happen, and I'm just like, oh fuck no, and I want to anamorph into my lobster woman self.
You cannot, because you ingested butter.
Oh my god, I'm
power.
gonna start
Oh, no.
vomiting this thing out into the. I'm just trying to vomit into the
I'm pretty
bushes.
sure. Let me reread just to make sure. I think that it is. Oh, you might have
If
to.
you're
You
back-
might have to.
I
act
must
under
act
pressure.
under pressure to use my powers.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll act under pressure.
Okay.
And I think you do have a +1 from Noah. One of. I mean, I'm gonna. It's kind of unclear. I think whether maybe.
I don't
just
think
'cause
I
know
need
the
it.
rules. I didn't see what you rolled.
Wait,
yet.
do
Oh,
I
yeah.
need it? No, I do need it.
Okay, yeah, you
'Cause I
can
have
go
a
ahead
minus-
and use that.
Because act under pressure is cool, and I have -1 to.
Cool. So you do what you set out to do. So you're able to throw up, like, or get this butter out of your system. And yeah, you can use your shapeshift ability. I do think probably I'll let somebody else do something first, because I don't think you can throw up. Like, I don't think that
Yeah.
happens, like, at the same time. So does anyone else have something that they want to do?
Yeah, I mean, so we actually saw the hand turn
Yes,
into.
you
Okay.
and Lizzie saw the hand. Sam did not, but, like, has put together that something is up.
Gotcha. This guy looks real upset behind me. Yeah, I guess. How clear is it to Peter that this guy who's behind me is actually some kind of threat, or does it just look like he's, like, upset?
I think go ahead and read a bad situation. Since you are all I mean, you're not separated, but you're all a little bit, like, broken up by what's going on and aren't able to, like, very easily share information. So go ahead and roll plus sharp.
It's a 6 for me.
Not good. Let me see. Read about situation. What do I get to do? Okay. You turn around and think that you're like, oh, this is like the person that like I talked to a little bit ago. Like they gave me, like, you still don't know that Lizzie like knows that it's butter. She's throwing up next to you and you're like, this is a weird food. But you're like, oh, this is like this guy that like gave me an appetizer. He's chill. And I think your first thought is that like he heard that like Noah just got hit in the side of the head. Like he heard a commotion out here and is coming out to like break up the fight.
Yeah.
You saying that Peter doesn't know that what he just ate was butter? Like deep fried butter, he doesn't know that?
Listen, when you roll a 6 on read a bad situation, if he would have rolled better, yeah, maybe he would put 2 and 2 together, but he does not.
All right.
This is all happening like
Yeah.
you're throwing up. Peter is thinking this person is helping him.
Hey, I'm sorry, man. I know my friends out here, they're kind of causing a ruckus. Well, it's okay. We got it under control. You can go back. You can go back inside. It's all right.
This guy pushes past you and goes toward Noah and Jeremy. Like as you're saying that, like just kind of goes past you.
Bro. What the hell, man? I guess can I like kind of walk behind him, like trying to like be like, hey, sorry, like trying to get him away from.
Yes, you can do that. I don't think there is a mechanical benefit, but if you want to like be doing that, then like yes, you can. Noah, you are getting like walked up on by this other person who looks pissed off. You don't know who this is. Sam, also let me know if you have an answer for how useful.
No, didn't say anything about iron. It's made out of a bunch of different things, but not iron.
Yeah,
so.
I was thinking it probably wouldn't be just solid iron. So yeah, either Sam or Noah.
Question: Is there iron in cars?
Absolutely.
What's cards made out of? You know?
I don't know. So it does. I think Noah would know this already. Oh, well, actually, no. Go ahead and.
This depends on how close to the lore Taylor is playing it.
Yeah, I think if Lizzie wants to know that as you're throwing up, I think this is investigate a mystery. Although it's a weird time to be doing it.
That's fully just me, Melanie, making a fun joke about hitting this person with a car.
If you want to do something, regarded to that, like you can absolutely just do that. I don't think you know the answer to like how I mean, hitting someone with a car is like, you know, like pretty.
It'll fucking do it.
Damn it.
Yeah, I think I'll let Sam or Noah, if either of you have something specific that you want to do, go for it. And if not, anybody can kind of go for something.
Yeah, Noah, you can go if you have anything to. I can charge in. I can do a what could go wrong and just charge right into the danger. So
yeah.
Unless you have a.
I mean, if you want to go for it, go. I don't know if I have anything super interesting.
I think that does sound good to me. That is a fun ability. So go ahead and let me know what that ability is.
Hiding on the front lawn of a frat house sounds. Yeah, this is perfect. We're all just getting into it.
Yeah. Lizzie is throwing up. It's the trashiest thing ever.
Yeah.
Okay, what could go wrong? Whenever you charge into immediate danger without hedging your bets, hold 2. You may spend your hold to inflict +1 harm, reduce someone's harm suffered by 1, or take +2 forward on an act under pressure roll.
Cool. Yeah. So I think if you want to rush into the middle of everything, I think you do have to take an action doing that. Like, so you have to, like, I would say if you wanted to do like kick some ass or something like that,
Okay.
Probably that seems like the way to like rush into danger. So kick some ass is you roll plus tough. And then after
Okay.
doing that, you'll get those benefits, the hold 2.
That's 2d6, right?
Yes, that's 2d6
For the
and you'll add your
roll.
tough.
Okay. That's a 9. Total.
9. Okay, so on a 9, you and whatever you're fighting inflict harm on each other. So how much damage does the skateboard do?
Oh, that's right. It's not a weapon. So we have to choose like is it the same as like a golf club or like a sledgehammer?
I think it was replacing golf club.
Golf club, okay, right.
Yeah.
Let me see here. 2 harm, hand innocuous messy.
Okay. So yeah, you slam this into him. I think you do notice because you're not taken as aback by you said 2 harm?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not as taken as aback by everything going on as Noah was. You notice that like this person seems tougher. It seems like they have like as you didn't see the hand turn into a hammer, but the rest of you see like as he's about to get hit, like it almost looks like his skin, like this person's like Jeremy's skin like gets tougher, turns rock like as Sam like goes to hit him with the skateboard. It still does damage, but it seems like he has some protection. As that happens, I think the person who's also running into the fight like yells, and you see that he is doing something. Let me go over to this. Why can't I find it? Sam, give me a roll and add your weird to it.
You say Sam?
Yes, yeah, Sam.
Oh. Roll that dice. That's going to be a 5 because I got negative to -1.
Okay.
Oh no.
You feel like this oppressive force like fill your mind. The other 2 of you see like this person who's running up to Jeremy like make some kind of motion with his hand, and you see magic like flow out of his hand, like sinking into like Sam's skin. Sam, you have -1 ongoing. So as long as you're under like the control of this magic, you have -1. And you also are going to take 2 harm as this person, because when kick some ass, you do harm to each other. So Jeremy, again, like his hand turns into this hammer and like slams you in the stomach. So you're gonna take 2 harm, and I think fall down on the ground. But you do get to hold 2. So let me know what you're doing with those holds.
Right. I think I would like to inflict some harm. So that's plus 1 harm. And then reduce someone's harm suffered. That's not like, say, for example, Noah has been bashed in the head. Does that then heal them?
No, it wouldn't heal Noah, but you could use it for yourself, I think. It just says someone.
Oh, okay.
So I think you could reduce that 2 harm to 1 harm for yourself.
Let me think here real quick. Trapped under pressure. Yeah, we'll do the reduce my harm here.
Okay.
That would be nice.
Cool. So Sam is on the ground, up in the mix with you, Noah. Noah, you're not down on the ground, but you're clutching your head. Peter or Lizzie or Noah, what do you want to do?
As soon as I like get done spitting out the butter, I'm going to Animorph style shift into a still hot lobster lady.
Hot lobster.
Yeah.
Red
Lobster.
hot.
Yeah, red hot lobster.
Uh-huh,
Just like chitinous tits, you know?
Oh my
Hard
God.
abs, a sheen to her. And I'm going to take a running, like, I'm going to run at this faux Jeremy.
Yes, cool.
I'm going to folk him up. I'm going to
kick some ass, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm going to kick some ass.
Okay, go ahead and roll plus tough.
My natural attacks get a... Oh, I get so much harm if I get them. Plus tough? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, come on, come on. So that's 10. So you said plus tough. That's 12 total.
Cool. So you get to choose an extra effect. So you can take +1 forward or give +1 forward to another hunter. You can inflict terrible harm, which is +1 harm. You suffer less harm because kick some ass, you do harm to each other. Or you can force them where you want them.
Ooh, okay. Okay. I can... Oh my god. I can inflict terrible harm? Oh my god. So... I currently have a thing where I ignore armor. I have 2 harm with my natural attack. I also get a +1 harm with my Claws of the Beast. So that's 3 harm right there. If I add another one on top of that, getting 4 harm right off the bat. Is that good? Should I do that? Should I just fuck this dude up?
That's
I mean,
good.
five harm is a lot.
Wild.
Yeah, I want to do that. I want to do the most harm to this guy. I want to snip him.
Most harm.
Yeah.
This is an imitation of the original Jeremy's ass, and it's a mockery of it. I'm gonna rip it to shreds.
Yeah, Lizzie, you snip into him. As you're doing that, just for narration purposes, so I can get all this stuff out of the way. Can you roll me plus weird?
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, just roll and then add my weird?
Yes, yeah, roll and add your weird.
Okay.
There's a power that the other person has that when Jeremy is attacked, it triggers something.
Okay, that is 6 plus 3 and 9. Can I use the what Patrick sent in?
Yeah, if everybody's cool with that, yeah, because it is kind of in the joint thing.
Go for it.
Okay, to make that a 10, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
10.
on a 10, you see like this person's other hand attempt to do the same thing to you, that and like screams out. Actually, I think what happens. So I'll narrate this a little bit. Lizzie, you like wipe your mouth as you're wiping like vomit off of your mouth, and your hand moves past, like revealing this hot lobster, and you're running towards your faux ex-boyfriend. Both foe is in fake and foe is in enemy. Like snip into like hit, like I think just like across his chest. A spurt of blood like comes out and like goes across your face, smelling of I don't know why. Okay. Sorry, this is so funny to me. This is very distracting. So Josh just put something in chat, which my auto mod like held on to it because it's like, oh, there could be like some insults in this, which is like badass and like stoner, I think, are two, but also amateur. It was like amateur was highlighted. Like, do you want someone to be able to say amateur? I guess because if people are gaming, like maybe someone wouldn't want them to say that. Anyway, sorry, very distracting that just happened, but I thought that was very funny. Anyway, sorry, you slice into Jeremy's chest, a spurt of blood like goes across your face, and when that happens, you smell like grass and cinnamon and dewdrops in the morning as this person who looked like Jeremy falls to his knees. And even as you were attacking him, you could see that this was not Jeremy. Noah still holding this iron to his back, you can see his features shifting, and as he falls to his knees to the ground, just bleeding profusely from his chest from your attack, his hair changes to this like wild tuft of like red hair. His features much paler, bright green eyes. He becomes like a little bit taller than Jeremy, a little bit thinner than Jeremy. The other person who ran out to join the fight, is trying to cast this magic on you. As you slice in, screams and like reaches down to grab him, and starts to try to like run, like get out of here with Jeremy, faux Jeremy. That is you. Does anybody else have something that they want to do?
I just want to point out, you said the blood smells that way.
Yes.
So this dude got blood on the freaking karaoke machine.
Hey, if you're gonna karaoke, you gotta do it. You
that
gotta
isn't
put
really what I
your
intended.
heart
I more
and
meant it was
soul
like
into
his whole essence.
Blood,
smells
sweat,
like
and
that.
tears.
Yes, his blood, sweat, and tears smell like spicy grass.
Gross.
Yeah. Are these people, they're running away, are they close enough that Noah could catch up to them?
I think if you want to act under pressure to try to catch up with them, like they are like this isn't D&D, so there's not like attacks of opportunity or something like that. She's trying to use like a monster move to get out of this situation. But if you want to try to act under pressure, you absolutely can.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's go for it.
You do have minus
act
1 to this as you got your bell rung.
Yeah. I don't think I'm good at this either. Let me check. Oh,
So why is this? It keeps switching to like really chill music.
So that's a 4 total.
Yeah, I think with a 4, you see, I think you see them like she's running, like dives into a car, and like tosses her. Oh, I didn't even mention this. This is the other thing I was gonna narrate. I got so distracted. As this other person is grabbing Jeremy, you see that her features change as well, as like she's kind of like there's so much going on. She like this person is like screaming, like sobbing. I think you see as she's coming away. You see her hair also changes to be like first of all, not a guy. She's a woman. Looks very similar to what Jeremy kind of morphed into. So a little bit shorter than him, very similar build, like both like pretty muscular but slim, red hair, and like bright green eyes. And you see she grabs her her brother, kind of throws him over her shoulder, and dives into this car, and you see the car starts up as they are about to get out of this situation.
They dive into the Uber?
No, a different car.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assume that's my turn there.
Yeah. If somebody else has something that they want to do. I think with a failed act under pressure, I think they fully like pull out, like they are like disappearing out of the parking lot.
Yeah, I think
There's nothing I can do to stop him from getting pulled away from me at all?
I don't think so, because like it's like I said, it's not really like D&D, and monsters.
Yeah.
I know this feels not fair. Monsters have a specific move that is called escape no matter how well contained. So like I
That sucks to hear.
I specifically have a thing that I can do, and like especially if somebody like is like trying to like act under pressure and rolls a 4, like very specifically, like that is the thing that I can do. So I know it feels not fun, but it is the nature of the game. But yeah, you all are kind of sitting here, I think, feeling that like there's nothing we can do. Like I do think I do think maybe part of I didn't even do this because I'm getting the combat in this is so much to keep in my head. You did roll kick some ass. I think narratively the reason why, Lizzie, you don't do anything is this girl, this woman as she's running away, her hand shapeshifts as her like facade of being this other person drops and turns into like a sharp blade and slices you for 2 harm. So that is also a reason why you're not able to immediately like intercept her. But yeah, the 4 of you I think are left kind of panting. Some of you various degrees of injured. Lizzie covered in some of your blood, some of someone else's blood. Noah feeling like you might need some medical attention. You have kind of got hit in the head.
Tell me that someone at least got that on video.
Thank you, Patrick, for another +1 forward for next time, for the group to use.
Hey, nice.
I will say from this point, it's kind of up to you all, like how much you want to try to figure out what has happened / what you can do to help Jeremy out.
They kind of just escaped, but I do have an ability that may help.
Yeah.
It's the hunch ability.
Oh yeah.
So when something bad is happening or just about to happen somewhere that you aren't, roll plus sharp. On a 10+, you knew where you needed to go just in time to get there. Would that
yes.
help us?
I don't think that would help. I
them?
don't think that would help you locate them. I do think it would help with something else, which is Jeremy's situation. So if you want to do that, you can go ahead and roll for it.
Okay.
And this is your spidey senses tingling.
Oh, only a 5.
Oh no.
Man.
So not good enough.
Yeah. What do you...
Can't even help with that.
Well, you do have a +1 that Patrick just gave you. So if one of the rest of you wanted to help in some way, you could turn it into a mixed success, right?
Yeah.
I can do that. I got a thing that I automatically, if I help someone, I automatically get a 10.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Peter, you like feel this sense, like I said, spidey senses tingling, where you like kind of grab your head and just feel brain fog. Oh my! Thank you for playing that oof sound, Mom. My mom just played the oof sound with Bits, which is very funny. Grabbing your head and then to the oof. Yeah, you grab your head and like at first your vision feels cloudy. Sam, what do you do to help Peter get a sense for like this premonition, make it a little bit clearer?
Sorry. I go to Peter and I say, Peter, and I put both hands on his shoulders. I say, it's pizza time. Gotta happen at least once every session.
As Sam says that, your mind goes back to another time when Sam said that to you, I think specifically in the same kind of situation to help you. And with that, your like mind clear. What is the wording on mixed success for this ability?
So you get there late in time to intervene, but not to prevent it altogether.
Cool. You get this flash in your mind of like, you can see Jeremy getting arrested. like you see this thing that like you know. Oh, thank you so much for the gifted sub, Dreamy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's it's funny for anyone who's playing who's not in the chat. I'm sharing my computer audio so they can hear like the music that I'm playing, but then every once in a while it'll just be a sound effect. Yeah, you get this feeling of like Jeremy's like about to get arrested. Probably can't get there in time to stop that from happening, but you know that you all were with him last night. So it's possible that if you can get there before they take him away, that you can maybe do something to try to keep him out of trouble. So yeah, Peter, what do you say to everybody as you get this feeling and Sam tells you that it's pizza
time? Yeah, Peter, Peter will just say something like shake his head a little bit after the spidey sense and say something like it's Jeremy. We gotta go. We gotta go help him. I know where he's at. He's in trouble.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think you all pile into the car. Lizzie, do you sit on Peter's lap again? Even though there's no one in the back seat.
Yeah, I just like get some of the blood.
Also, are you still a sexy lobster?
I switch back. I switch back my face. At least
you keep the body.
Oh my god.
I switch back as I'm sitting on him.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, I know it's crazy back there, but did you see? I mean, babe, that was so cool.
Fucking sick, right?
That was so cool.
Yeah.
That guy bled like a lot.
Like so much. It's everywhere.
Yeah, you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
I told you. Did you even get? Did you use the iron? It worked. I was right.
Here.
Did you even use it?
Me? I mean, yeah. She like flexes at him. Like, look at that. You kidding me?
Yeah, you arrive at the hospital. You rush in. I think you don't rush into the emergency room. Jeremy is coming out with like campus security, handcuffed, and he is coming out as you are like, you know, getting out of your car.
Okay, I'll explain. As maybe the only one with an actual grasp on the situation. I'll explain to them what's going on. And Peter will just like, if no one stops him, he's just gonna walk.
Oh no.
I think oh my god, I know what I want to do to try to help like prove that it couldn't have been him.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna start being like shapeshifter, then I don't know that I'll be able to help.
We might have to take different tacks. Yeah, Peter. Or Noah's just gonna walk up and be like, officers, I guess. Whatever. You're taking away the wrong man. And we can prove it.
I think one of the officers is just like, okay, kid, can you kind of just get out of the way? Like, we're doing something.
Excuse me, officer? Excuse me? And then I want to pull up, I'm gonna
You
pull up
still
my
have
phone.
a lobster body.
No, I don't have. I changed it while I was sitting on Peter.
I thought you meant you changed just your face back. You changed your face back before
I
you
sat
changed your
down
body
on
back.
him as a lobster woman and switched back to him.
Yeah, you do have blood on your clothes.
I do have blood on my clothes, but I also have an unnatural appeal to people when I try to manipulate them. So.
Yeah, I think unless you, I mean, I'll leave it up to the two of you.
Please stop, Noah.
Yeah. Yeah, Lizzie.
I'm gonna start pulling out my phone like time-stamped selfies from the previous night that are just like relationship pictures and stuff from of me and Peter. I have stuff on my
Jeremy's in the
Jeremy
back.
looking so sad.
Yes. I pull up my Instagram, and it's like, look how many likes this had, and this is what happened right at the time that this apparently was supposed to be happening.
So I think the manipulate someone is for you to show them your phone. So what is the reason you're giving them to stop and listen to you as they're trying to arrest Jeremy? And then I'll have you roll manipulate someone.
I'm a white woman, so they're probably more likely to listen to the things that I'm saying to them.
Fair. Go ahead and roll manipulate someone.
8 plus 3, so 11.
11 is a success. They will do it for the reason you gave them. So Noah, they're kind of ready to brush aside, but you come up and you are covered in blood, which is
But
weird.
I am hot.
But you are hot. You are also at a hospital, so it's maybe that's not the weirdest thing to see at a hospital, someone covered in blood. They don't know it's mostly not your blood. You yeah, what do you say as you're pulling your phone out?
I think I just pull up and start being like, this is an innocent man that you're taking away. I just show them the pictures of him just looking so sullen in the back.
Yeah, he looks every single picture. It's like a selfie that you took of you and Peter, and some of them you're making out, some of them you're hanging on to each other, and in a lot of them in the background, kind of looking at out from the darkness is just is Jeremy not looking at the camera, but just looking at you, or looking at he can see the selfie, he can see what your faces are, just the saddest person that you've ever seen in your life. And also Jeremy is there and he's going oh, don't show them. I mean, just take me to jail. Just take me to jail. Don't
Just a
show
couple
them
of friends
this.
hanging out.
Just
Jeremy, it wasn't you. We can prove it.
I mean, I don't think it was me, but and the two officers are looking very confused by the whole situation, and one of them says we have handcuffs, but I actually don't even know, legally I don't even know where we're at with this. I don't really know I don't really know how much we're allowed to arrest people. I don't really know. And the other officer says, okay, fine. We'll let him go with you. This is still an ongoing investigation, but yeah, I guess, I mean, yeah, I guess if you want to take him back into the hospital. He said he was getting his brain checked out. But we'll, and they look at Jeremy and they say, we'll be in contact with you, buddy. Okay, just because just because your friend showed up, and we'll be in contact. And they go get into their campus security
Or as they're leaving, Noah goes up to them and is like, a little bit of advice. If you actually want to catch who did this, if you actually want to do your jobs, get some iron and don't trust anyone. Anyone. Just walks away.
Yeah. Is there anything that anybody wants to do to I mean, that is kind of a good place to leave it off, but also if anybody wants to do anything to try to wrap up any loose ends, absolutely feel free.
Don't leave town, smartass.
Yeah. If not, I think yeah, Sam, are you about to say something?
No, I was just about to say I don't think there's anything that he wants to wrap up.
Yeah, I think those of you who go to this school, I think, do hear about how weird it is that Finch seems to have dropped out with, like, no indication. Like, everyone's kind of, like, it is a little bit of a thing for a little while where people are like, hey, what happened to Finch? Actually, I think
Shit.
I think a little bit of a notable thing is that Finch was supposed to be in the school production of A Midsummer Night's Dream. And so that is like a big thing that everyone notices, that like he's never been in like a production before. Like he was surprisingly good at like this part that he was playing. And of course Puck that he was playing. And like they have to, like, his understudy has to fill in for him, like it's this big thing. But Jeremy, some people still hold some bad blood towards Jeremy, you know, because like he had a 2-week bender seemingly where he was just mean to people for no reason. Jeremy plays it off as like, well, you know, I got an MRI, the results were inconclusive, like, it's possible, you know, and, like, some of the psych students are like, well, there was that story of that guy that, like, was, like, you know, he had, his personality was one way, and then he got an iron bar through his head, and then he turned, like, a rebar or whatever, and then his personality changed. So people kind of, and Jeremy's also so naturally likable and doesn't continue to do those sorts of things that it kind of blows over. In a weird way. And yeah, I think unless anybody has a little button, I think the button of of Noah saying like carry iron and like, what did you say? Like carry iron and be careful or something?
And don't trust anyone.
Don't trust anyone. Yeah, I think all of you for like for the rest of the semester, those of you who are at college, maybe heed that advice. You know, you've got those weights, Lizzie. It's up to you. Do you think that for a little while after this, or for the rest of the semester, that people notice Lizzie like pumping iron as she's like going on like her walks and like runs like a multi?
She already like works out. Like she is
Yeah.
cut right now and so strong because like since our first game, like she has been doing like pull-ups and stuff and has been like, she's just fucking fit, dude.
Yeah, Lizzie's taken to like going on her runs and workouts like with a like with an iron.
She like
weight.
punches as she runs with holding irons.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think that is our session. Oh yeah.
Sleep
cool.
Child asked what the prediction percentages are at.
Oh
Can
yes.
you see that?
So let me I think I can end because you two did not break up. So
Not during. We'll see if
Not
it lasts
during,
any
we'll
longer
see.
than-
Hey,
than
we should
was
get
in
matching tattoos.
So I'll go ahead and complete that prediction. Anybody who voted no is going to get some channel points. Anyone who voted yes, unfortunately, the channel points you put in, you will lose. But there's always next time. So that is Won't Get Fooled Again. Thank you all so much, everybody, all of our viewers tonight, for hanging out in chat and watching this one shot. You know, obviously everyone playing have been friends with or related to for a very long time. It's always fun to play with these folks. And yeah, before we wrap up, I know we've done this a little bit, but if anybody has anything that they want to plug, we'll start with Josh again. Josh, you have anything you want to plug?
We already kind of talked about the Goblin stream coming up, but I am very excited for that. That's the next time you can catch me playing any RPGs online. So yeah, come join us in a couple weeks as I play a very gross, also out of their mind.
Yeah. Melanie, what about
I
you?
love them so much.
Yeah, Melanie, what about you?
Oh, gotcha. One, if you are eligible to get the vaccine now, you should.
Yes.
Get it for people like me who can't just yet. Two, a fun little life hack that I recommend everyone do is when you're on Twitter, anything that's a promoted post, just fucking block it. It's made my life so much better. I just get to block things left and right.
And you get weird promoted
Get
posts after a while.
The weirdest
They don't know
promoted
what to.
post.
They don't know what to sell me anymore. They're like
Yeah.
someone trying to
So
suggest
good.
cars to me, and I'm like, no.
Yeah.
And then also, come and hang out with us in the stream 2 weeks from now.
Mhm.
I always enjoy being my little gross goblin bard Quig.
Yes.
Or just hang out whenever. I'm always usually in chat hanging out with Taylor.
Yeah. Mike, how about you? You are muted, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're
So, what? Am I?
No, I think you're lagged. Sorry.
You got me good. Yeah. Stuff to plug. Don't really have a ton to plug. But definitely getting vaccine. I am getting my first dose on Tuesday, so I'm pretty psyched about that. And yeah, thanks for hanging out.
And Alex.
I've got a SoundCloud. I haven't posted anything on it for a really long time, but there's some fun little songs on there. Probably my best work, honestly. So if you want to go check out that stuff, thanks. It'd be great. I keep track of the little how many times things get viewed. So yeah.
Yeah, I just put that. I put it in the chat earlier. I just put it in the chat again. You can follow. I put the links for Josh's Twitter, Melanie's Twitter, and Alex's SoundCloud. Those are in the chat. And then also, everyone's talked about this, about Goblin Squad, which will be 2 weeks from today on the 17th. Same time, we're going to be playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. So if you, like, a lot of tabletop RPG players are more familiar with D&D, that'll be a good one to catch. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to leave the Zoom call to wrap up stream. So the four of you, if you want to stay on the call so I can, thank you afterwards and everything, that's cool. If you have to go, that's cool too. I'm going to leave the meeting and it'll put someone else in charge. So who amongst you? I'm going to...
Ooh, which one will it? Oh, you get to
Should
pick.
we wave
That's
goodbye?
so
I
fun.
get to pick, yeah, and I think I'm going to pick Melanie. So Melanie's in charge. And I'll go over to my credits screen. To say my thank yous and talk about next stream. So my upcoming streams, I do stream regularly Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays between 6:30 and 7 p.m. start time, usually depending on what I'm playing. Like right now, we're wrapping up at around 11. Some tabletop games go a little bit longer. If I'm streaming by myself, it's usually a little bit shorter. I am playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, so that's the next thing that I'm going to be doing on Tuesday. And on Saturday, like next Saturday, I'm either going to be playing Little Nightmares 2 with my mom or finishing up my solo playthrough of The Magical Year of a Teenage Witch, which is a single-player tabletop game. Very fun. Either one of those will be fun for me. And yes, everyone mentioned Goblin Squad. I want to say thank you to everyone who is hanging out. Thank you also to my players for being so generous with their time and their abilities and everything. Oh, shoot. I just realized normally I look for someone to raid on my phone, and I don't have my phone on me. So give me 1 second. We are doing the party game stream. I have to figure out a time to do it. But yeah, that was a community goal. Oh, Goblin is live. Yeah, I'll just rate Goblin then. So we had a community, we used channel points for a community goal to play to do a stream where it was like everybody hanging out and playing like Among Us, games like that. If you want to keep up with when that's going to be, you can follow me on Twitter at @RollForFelicity. I'll probably do some polls of like what games, and then also for sure set the date for that, because I want to check and see like when, for example, like Melanie will be available, and of course Slave Child, since you contributed so many channel points to Reddit, I want to make sure it's a time when you're free. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and raid my friend Goblin. If you are a subscriber or if you have unlocked the Sparkle emote, you can copy and paste the Moobot message when we get over into Goblin's stream. Goblin has been on this stream a couple of times. She's wonderful. If you're not already following her, you should definitely give her a follow. She's a variety streamer, and then she also plays games sometimes on this stream. Yes, thank you, Sleep Child, for the follow and Brooks. Yes, you can use channel points to unlock emotes. Thank you so much to Patrick for the bits. Thank you for Dungeon Mom and Semantic for the follow, and thank you to The Semantic for the sub, and Dreamy for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. And without further ado, I'm gonna bring us over to Goblin's stream. So if you've had a chance, go ahead and copy and paste either the the emote version or the non-emote version. But let's go show her some love. Goblin is a wonderful gamer, and I'm sure you're going to have fun over in her stream. I don't even know what she's playing tonight, but I'm sure it's great. And I will see you all on Tuesday. Bye! Oops, I didn't hit right now. Bye!